Hi everyone, good morning. We're just about to get started, so I'd like to introduce myself. My name's Ron Schneider. I'm a manager at the consulting department at FreeMind, and I'll be introducing our speakers today. We're very excited to start our 19th annual Non-Dilutive Funding Summit. It's fantastic. So just to comment, our next speaker after the opening remarks will unfortunately be joining us via Zoom because he elected not to promote the next global pandemic and stayed home. So apologies for that. But right now, I'm thrilled to introduce the managing partner at FreeMind, Rame Ron, for opening remarks.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Let me just make sure it recognizes me. So, hi, good morning. Absolutely wonderful to see all of you here today. Very happy to open this 19th annual Non-Dilutive Funding Summit. I mean, we've been doing that for 19 years. That's a lot, and I expect not many of you know, but we actually mark the beginning of FreeMind's 25th anniversary this year. So it's been a journey. And we love it, and it's been growing, and I think we have over 1,000 people registered for this event, and they'll come and go throughout the day. But it's absolutely amazing for me. Been through this since 2003, actually, to be here in San Francisco, to have this event going on for so long, and really contribute. For the past 24 years, we've served the life science community, building a bridge. Thousands of companies have used to propel their innovation, scientific discoveries. We've assisted countless projects, and we helped them be funded with well over $2 billion over the years. We've supported this industry, its task for a better, for a healthier world, and we're extremely happy to take part in this process. Every year, we're able to bring together in this event industry leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, with the largest and most important engine, we believe, that supports the life science R&D efforts, which are the federal agencies and the other non-dilutive funding funds available. We're thrilled to have them, as every year, to have directors, executives from non-dilutive funding agencies. They'll present their position, their agency's policies, directions, opportunities. But also this year, we present two new initiatives by FreeMind, which we believe will represent not only the industry's excellence, but also its ever-evolving position to market conditions and challenges presented to it. The first is the FreeMind Elite recognition. We actually have been thinking of that for several years now. We've witnessed from the front row seat absolute best entrepreneurs turn ideas into cures. It has been a wonderful thing to see, and we have seen and witnessed the impact of non-dilutive funding has on innovators in the industry, and the predictive importance it has on those companies in their long and very difficult journey. As some of you know, we've been fortunate enough in the past couple of years to turn this knowledge base into an investment platform, and actually maybe it's a good point to mention that in the past year we've added more investments into our portfolio on the fund as well. So it has been a good year on that front as well. The excellence, the potential we are able to identify through this rigorous non-dilutive funding process is amazing, and really is indicative to the future performance of companies from a business perspective, but really to the future of their ability to provide cures, to provide devices, to provide therapeutics, and to help to have a better and healthier world. With the FreeMind Elite, we recognize the top 5 companies out of hundreds we have reviewed, worked with, and assisted and gotten to know. We worked in the past year with 306 companies, and these are our top 5 FreeMind Elite companies for 2023. Adaptix Corporation, Marker Therapeutics, Vincere Biosciences, Sapiens Therapeutics, and Amplify DX. Each of the five companies have excelled at this journey, which requires companies not only to have the most cutting-edge innovation, great science, the best scientific teams, and the most potential to impact an impactful solution. But they also require them to present it all in the best possible way through a review by KOLs, by the reviewers, very critical process, or at the very least know to come to us for help. That's good too. The leaders of each of the 2023 Freemind Elite companies will present today, throughout the day. They'll share their company's vision and journey, and their success and relevance of the non-dilutive funding process and funding they received to their journey as companies. The second issue we'll mark today and we'll talk about today, I believe is one of the greatest impact on all of our lives. At large, in our particular market specifically, and I mean Freemind and the non-dilutive funding process specifically. We all witnessed in the past few months, maybe a year or so, the fast rise of new technologies and methods and the astonishing ways in which they impact our lives. Specifically in the past few years, and maybe as mentioned months, we've witnessed the growing influence of regenerative artificial intelligence, LLMs, and data management models on our lives. As leaders in this industry, in an industry that is based on the two main legs, these revolutions are turning our lives around, which are language and knowledge or data. The impact of these fast and important changes have on our organization at Freemind and our clients, and thus the industry, is huge. Today, Ayala René, my colleague, and our CBO will unveil Freemind's on new AI-based suites, which we've developed over the past many months. He'll present the new tools we're going to start implementing very soon. Some of them are actually already implemented. And we'll talk about our vision to this specific element in our lives and how it is important to the non-dilutive funding, writing, identifying applications, and work on that. We want to take advantage of the accumulated knowledge we have, over 20 years of writing grants, thousands of submissions, indeed reviews, and the applications resubmitted after those reviews. It gives us a great insight to what an application should look like. And therefore, we want to create a complete suite of tools designed to support the non-dilutive funding application submission process. In our vision, we see a streamlined process, faster, more accurate, requiring significantly less time from the researchers, from companies, and from company leaders, allowing an A to Z process of submitting an application, from the identification of the very best funding opportunity for a specific project, taking into account the company's strategy, their needs financially, scientifically, any other way, to supporting the precise, most importantly, safe and secure writing of each section of the application of a particular mechanism in a specific agency or institute. The first set of tools we've completed work on, and which we will start deploying very soon in the coming weeks, will be presented later by Ayal. And I think this vision is an important one. We believe it is our commitment to not only present the industry with a service that allows companies to take advantage of accumulated knowledge that we have, but also allows companies to be at the forefront of the technological innovation and developments of this right balance between secure, precise, accurate, and time-saving process. So I'm happy to be here today. So basically, I just wanted to thank you all for joining us. I know some of you will come out and come in for different presentations and talks of different speakers. I think we have an amazing day planned for us. And again, just thanks a lot. Have a great day and come see us. We're all around here at People for Freemind. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ram. Um, our first speaker is Matt McMahon. He is the director of the Small Business Education and Entrepreneurial Development Office, or SEED, which helps innovators in the health industry transition from research to product development. He has a diverse background in academia, small business, and NIH program management. And he has worked in NIH institutes such as the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute and the National Eye Institute. His expertise also extends to working in the United States Senate and House of Representatives committees responsible for science, technology, and innovation. As I mentioned previously, Matt is unable to join us here in person because he wants to protect us all. So he will be joining us via Zoom call, and here he is. Take it away, Matt.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation to present at this meeting. As you have heard, I'm at home on my second date with SARS-CoV-2, but hopefully with the help of antiretroviral medication, I'll be able to have the stamina to make it all the way through this presentation. But at least the material that I'm presenting is exciting to me, so hopefully I'll be able to make it through. So, as mentioned, I'm the director of the SEED office at NIH, and our group is a team of more than 30 industry veterans and staff that help scientists and engineers and doctors and other healthcare professionals take their cutting edge discoveries and convert them into healthcare products. And that's the mandate of our office and our group. Now, the National Institutes of Health is a very large organization that's composed of 27 different components, known as the institutes and centers. And those institutes and centers have a very broad mission. And as you may have heard from the discussions by our new NIH director, who was just recently selected, we are not only committed to funding basic science research, but we're committed to taking the information that's developed through that and converting that into healthcare solutions that actually affect people's lives. So we have a pretty broad mandate in the healthcare mission space. As we go further along through the day, you're going to hear some more specifics from a few of my colleagues, and in particular from minority health and health disparities, from neurological disorders and stroke, and also from the Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. And you'll also be hearing from one of our newest sisters in this mission that we have, which is our colleagues at ARPA-H. So let's move forward. What I'm going to do is first I'm just going to talk through a little bit about the NIH small business programs, which are known as America's Seed Fund. And then I'm going to talk to you about some of the additional entrepreneurial and business development support and services that we provide. And hopefully I'm going to convince you that these services, this funding that's available through the SBR and STTR programs and our other programs are valuable, not just for the money that they provide, but for the additional services and support that they unlock that can really help innovators make their way to market. So the NIH small business programs are actually the largest early stage source of early stage capital for life sciences in the United States. And they grow together with the R&D budget, the overall R&D budget. And it's now approached $1.3 billion a year. And that is completely non-dilutive funding. So we are really sitting at this privileged position between basic science discoveries, which are funded by much of our investments across the United States, and a handoff to our private sector partners, our investment partners, the angel investors and venture capital folks who are really pushing products and services through these regulatory and clinical and regulatory stages all the way to patients, and also the strategic partners and the folks who will ultimately end up creating patient access for these discoveries. So we're sitting in this early stage, and we're really the largest player in this early stage. So we hope to convince innovators to come after this funding, and we also hope to convince our partners in the investment world and in the business world that companies who have received this funding have been de-risked on a technical side, but also on a business and a commercialization side. So let me tell you a little bit about the NIH portfolio. What is it that we support and we fund? So like I said, every year we are supporting over 1,400 small businesses, and they're scattered all around the country, as you can see from this map. So one of the goals of the NIH program is really to expand the utility of this program and access to this money outside of the usual hotspots for life science product development. So you'll notice that this map with these pins looks a little bit different than if you took a look at the concentration of, let's say, venture capital investment across the United States. And that's because it's one of our stated goals to create access to this funding and enable innovators all around the country, wherever they are, when they have an innovative idea to solve a healthcare problem, we're there to help them gain access to this funding. It's a really important part of our mission. On the right-hand side, you can see a portfolio breakdown of the types of product development projects that we support. So, we did this analysis recently, and we were maybe a little bit surprised that this breakdown across the different product types has been relatively stable over time. So many of the NIH-funded companies, about a quarter of them, are developing research tools, which are extremely important in the healthcare innovation system. But there are also a large amount of support for biologic and small drugs. A large component of our portfolio is in diagnostics, and a relatively steady, but I believe it will be growing in the future, component of our portfolio is in health information technology. And so we're supporting innovators, and we have support services for innovators, and we have experts on our team who have expertise across all of these different product areas. So one of the other important aspects of our office is that we not only support the product development efforts through the SBR and STTR program across the National Institutes of Health, but we also provide that service across the other components of the Department of Health and Human Services that have small business programs. So that's FDA, CDC, and the Administration for Community Living. So later on, as far as the actual mission space that we cover, we basically cover everything in healthcare. So that's healthcare related. So I mentioned before that later on in the day, you'll get some more specifics from folks at different components of the National Institutes of Health: minority health, cancer, neurological disorders and stroke, heart, lung, and blood. But you're also going to hear from our newest HHS colleague, ARPA-H. And although ARPA-H has a lot of flexibility, an enviable amount of flexibility to select and fund projects in very flexible ways, they also will be supporting some of their R&D efforts using small business program awards. So you may hear a little bit more about that later on today. So, one of the things that we really like to point out to people is that these NIH portfolio companies that we support year after year, are really many of the most innovative healthcare technology companies that you'll see in the healthcare space. So on this slide, these are NIH funded companies who are presenting at RESI this week in San Francisco. And on the next slide here, you can see NIH funded companies who are presenting at the biotech showcase this year. So it's really such a diverse collection of companies, and it never ceases to surprise me if I hear in the news about a successful life science company or a successful life science acquisition or merger. Many times I'm going back and I'm looking, did we help out that company early on? And a shockingly large percentage of the time, the answer is yes. And that's because this funding that we provide is non-dilutive funding that these companies can use to really get things going before they have to go out into the big bad world and complicate their cap table by searching for funding to keep their company going. So in the earliest stages, these companies are using NIH non-dilutive funding to really establish their proof of concept, to de-risk their technologies, and to an increasing degree, they're using that money now to validate the commercial aspects of their projects too. And I'm going to talk more about that later on, because that's a critical part of the evolution of our approach to supporting US small businesses. I just want to kind of convince you of that point that I just made. In the last year, we've had a number of successes, commercial successes, and I've just listed a few of them here on this page. But you can see here, one of the other points that I want to make with this slide, and it's going to come up in the next slide, is that the amount of the dollar amounts that we're talking about for NIH, from NIH, it's real money. Like companies can receive as they go through different phases of this program. It's not uncommon to see companies that have received $5 to $7 million in non-dilutive funding over the different phases of this program. And on the next slide, I'm going to explain to you how that can be. So this is just our general overview slide of how the small business program works. And I'm not actually going to spend a huge amount of time talking through this, but I'm going to make a few really important points here. So there's a lot of flexibility in how this program is designed. And I just want to point out some of these flexibilities, because I think that it's important for innovators to know that there are a lot of different ways that you can use the small business program in your product development journey. So it is a two-phase program, with the first phase being to establish feasibility, and the second phase to do your full R&D. But partly based on feedback from the users of the program, there are two increasingly popular ways to use this program. The first one is a fast track, which allows you to apply for the phase 1 and the phase 2 together, so that you don't have a big break where you have to submit a second application and go through peer review again to get your phase 2. And for projects that have a very clearly established product development plan with clear quantifiable milestones that can be used as a gate to phase 2, the fast track is a really attractive way to go. We love the fast track. Another thing is, a lot of companies, they've already established the initial feasibility. They want to go directly into phase 2. And we have the authority to do that, and companies can apply directly to phase 2. Now, down in the lower right here are the kind of budget limits for the phase 1 and the phase 2 awards. But the thing is, these budget guidelines are really guidelines. They are truly guidelines. But NIH and CDC have waivers from the Small Business Administration to exceed those budget guidelines for selected topics. And I would encourage people to take a look at that list of topics because they're pretty broad, and there's a pretty good chance that for many types of projects, especially those that require regulatory review or will require human testing to receive FDA approval, many of those types of topics are covered by these waivers. So those budget guidelines, which some people erroneously think of as caps, although in some cases they are, if you took a look at the average award amounts for an NIH award, they're roughly equivalent to those guidelines. So what that means is that just as many people are receiving awards with budgets that are above those guidelines as there are people receiving awards under those guidelines. So I really encourage people to think that through. Now, so you might be thinking, okay, well, how does that get you to $5 to $7 million? Well, these specialized programs you can see in the center of the slide, the Commercialization Readiness Pilot Program, the CRP program, and also the Phase 2B program, those programs can provide up to an additional, say, $3 million to continue your commercialization efforts. So when you tack those dollars, if you are successful in all phases of the program, you can stack that money on top of the money for your phase 1 and your phase 2, and that's how you can get to these larger dollar amounts. And you know, the program is a competitive program, but those companies that are successful and are making their way through this commercialization journey successfully can get access to that kind of money. And then the whole point of our program is really to strengthen these projects so that they can continue on and be successful in the private sector. Even projects that don't require regulatory approval, which there are projects that don't require regulatory approval to make their way into the marketplace. Even then, there's a lot more work that needs to be done on the commercialization and the marketing and the sales side and the payment side. So what we're doing is we're trying to position companies to be successful in the long run. And that's really what our goal is. Now, there are many details that people need to know to be successful. There are details related to eligibility, around the differences between SBIR and STTR. Lots of questions about the application process and the review process, policy. We also support projects through SBIR contracts, which are solicitations for much more specific topics. And all of those resources, including sample applications, are available on our website. So I encourage you to go to our website and take a look at those resources, and feel free to contact us through the website if you have any questions. The standard receipt dates for small business program funding are the same every year. They're September 5th, January 5th, and April 5th. And I do just want to say a word about the process for receiving these awards, because the NIH peer review process is a great way to get feedback on your projects. And every time I give a talk, it seems like there's somebody who has gone through this process and they have some constructive feedback about the review process. But what I would say about the NIH peer review process is that people in the life sciences field very much value the technical validation that comes along with a successful NIH Small Business Program Award. But increasingly over the years, we've combined that kind of peer review feedback with feedback from reviewers who have strong commercialization and product development and entrepreneurial backgrounds. So many times these are serial entrepreneurs who have been successful themselves many times. They may be from within academic medical centers. They may be at small businesses themselves. And it's one of the goals of our office to continuously improve that process so that the types of feedback and validation that come from that review process are really providing value, adding value to these projects. And so that when people see an SBIR funded project coming out of NIH, they know that that project has been carefully reviewed, not just for its technical aspects, but for its commercialization potential. So although it's a work in progress, that's really one of the primary objectives of what we're trying to achieve. So I do want to impart upon people two really important pieces of advice. The first piece of advice is if you are considering submitting an application, regardless of how you're putting together that application, it is really important for you to talk to a program officer at least a month before the application deadline. And I hear from people all the time that tell me about the useful guidance and support that they receive from the program staff. So you can go to our website and you can see this little box here that's circled in red. We make it very easy for you to find the right person to talk to. So based on your mission or the type of technology and the domain you're working in, we'll point you directly to the staff who are the types of people that are handling your particular application at the institute or center that are relevant for you. And it's really important to talk to them because you will get useful guidance, you'll get useful feedback, and it's a great way to avoid surprises. And I can tell you that if you're going to put the time and effort into completing an SBIR application or an STTR application, it is absolutely in your best interest to add the extra proportionally small amount of time to check in with the program staff and talk to them about your application, let them know what you're doing, and give yourself the benefit of receiving feedback from them. There's also a way to use a tool online called NIH Report, which will allow you to search through funded applications. And the good thing there is that you can look for applications that are in your subject area and basically see who the program staff are, who you should contact. So don't hesitate to do that. The second piece of advice is please be prepared to resubmit. I've got two quotes here from people, which I'm sure you're reading right now, but they both basically make the same point. And I know that as innovators who are at JP Morgan Week and are in San Francisco, I think everybody who is there understands that it's a competitive world out there and persistence is really necessary to be successful. It is not uncommon for people to have to resubmit in order to be successful in getting the reward. And although sometimes it might be frustrating, I think that many times there is useful feedback and guidance coming through the peer review process, which will help you strengthen your project. And we hope that the need to resubmit is really helping to improve your projects, but please don't give up. We know that it can be frustrating, but hey, it's a competitive world, and it may, you may have to stick with it in order to get this funding. But if you do, I think it's worth it. Another point that I want to make is that, which somewhat related to this, is that this has held steady over the years. About a quarter of all of our awards go to new investigators who have never had an award before. Sometimes people come to me and they say, hey, you know, this system is rigged. These awards go to the same people all the time. I'm like, no, that is not true. A quarter of our awards are going every single year, every single cycle, to companies who have never received a small business program award before. And I am actually committed, and our group is committed to actually increasing that percentage, because one of the things that we would very much like to do is increase access to this funding across the country, to areas of the country that have not had access to this funding in the past, to underrepresented innovators who maybe don't live or work in biotechnology hotspots, to really make it easier for them to compete for this funding. So be persistent and keep trying, and I promise you that if you get this funding, it will be very useful for you. So I'm gonna switch gears a little bit now and talk about some of the entrepreneurial and product development support that comes along with this funding. So once you have received a small business award, it really unlocks your ability to access a number of programs and services that can be of great value to you and to your company and to your project. So our office is serving kind of as a hub for NIH entrepreneurship and product development programs and services. So I'm going to talk to you about a number of the programs and services that are available across all innovators that are funded by NIH. But I also want to make sure that everybody knows that within the individual institutes and centers, there is a lot of action, and there's just an increasing appetite to provide more tailored and more specific entrepreneurial and product development support services. And a number of the institutes and centers are really stepping up to the plate with great programs and services. You'll probably hear about some of them later today. But, you know, as an appreciation for the need for these types of entrepreneurial and product development services increases, NIH is stepping up to the plate all across the different institutes and centers. So I just want to make sure people know that. But one of our main programs for SBIR and STTR funded companies is the NIH Technical and Business Assistance Program. This is commonly referred to as TABA. And we have gone to great lengths to improve our TABA programs over time. That's partly based on some changes in the legislation that gave us and companies a little more flexibility, and also access to some more money. So I'm going to tell you how our technical and business assistance program works, and hopefully convince you that that it is a great way to strengthen your project as an NIH funded company. So the first part, for phase 1 companies, we have a needs assessment program. So any phase 1 company can request a needs assessment report. And what a needs assessment report is really a gap analysis. It's a gap analysis that helps you understand where and strategize for your next steps in product development. So in phase 1, with phase 1 awards, you only have access to TABA services or funding up to a dollar amount that's $6,500, which, you know, isn't really very much money. But we have created this needs assessment program so that phase 1 companies, rather than taking that money themselves, they can request this needs assessment report from us and identify the gaps in their commercialization strategy. I'm going to talk more in detail about this in a second, but the whole idea for this is that that needs assessment report can act as a roadmap for you so that when you submit your phase 2 application, you can write into your budget up to $50,000 for vendor services to address the gaps that you've identified using the needs assessment report. So it's a staged approach to technical and business assistance that A, helps people understand where their gaps are while they're in their phase 1, and B, use that information to request funding in their phase 2 application to address those gaps. So that's the basis of how our program is set up. We've been putting about 200 companies, 200 projects through the needs assessment analysis annually. That gap analysis is led by an independent third party, RTI, and the RTI team has collected a group of experts and a stable of folks who can really add value to projects across the whole NIH mission space. And it's been really impressive. So they have people that work across all the different subject domains, across all the different product types, and they can analyze projects across these 4 different domains. And what they're really doing is they're taking a look at these projects and they're asking the types of questions you see on the right-hand side of this slide. So, do you need a market analysis? Has the value proposition been pressure tested? You know, for business model profitability, do you already have a pricing and reimbursement strategy? Do you have a roadmap to profitability? From a manufacturing, regulatory, clinical point of view, have you thought about the manufacturing requirements? Do you have a plan for that? What's your regulatory pathway? You know, have you identified a predicate device? What clinical studies are going to be required, and how confident of that are you? You know, what's your solid IP strategy? Do you have a solid IP strategy, and have you done any freedom to operate analysis? You know, these are questions that these analysts are taking a look at, and I can tell you that there are many projects, maybe most projects, can be very, very strong in some of these areas, and in other areas, they may not have even they might not have even thought of these issues. And that might be okay depending on your plan as a small business, but it might be a glaring problem that's going to prevent you from moving forward and prevent you from being able to receive follow-on funding. And so what the gap analysis is doing is providing you with this information so that you can act on it. Now, as you transition into your phase 2 and you request this phase 2 TABA in your application, we really want to help people be successful in using that TABA funding to maximum benefit. And you know, what we did in the last year, and some of you, especially the aficionados or awardees who have been in our program for a while, know that over the last year or so, we actually ran a pilot program for phase 2 TABA, which was called TABA Consulting Services, where we actually facilitated and provided companies with consulting services that were matched to their needs. And when we did that, we learned a lot. We learned a lot from the pilot program. And one of the main things that we learned was it's very difficult or non-trivial to establish a very clear statement of work to hire somebody to do $50,000 worth of work that's going to be very valuable for you. And a lot of our entrepreneurs and residents and experts and our team spent a lot of time working with companies doing that. And we learned a lot about that. We also learned a lot about how to help companies find the right vendors to provide those services. So what we're doing now and the evolution of our phase 2 TABA is a way to scale the approach and help all companies be able to find the right people and hire the right people to provide these TABA services. So in order to do that, instead of providing those services ourselves, we're encouraging people to write this TABA funding into their phase 2 application, talk to us and our team, and have a consultation with us to help understand how you can write a scope of work to maximally leverage that $50,000. So you can have a consultation with our team. We'll talk it over with you. We'll talk to you about your needs assessment report if you've got one. Hopefully you do. We also have sample statements of work that cover many of the most popular areas of TABA support. And that way, we're enabling companies to get what they need. And it allows us to really reach many more of the companies in our portfolio and help them get what they need to be successful. What can you get for 50K? I mean, this is another thing that was really a learning experience for us. So, you know, it's one thing to think about what you want and write a statement of work, and then when you go out to vendors and ask them what they can provide, I can probably count on one hand the number of times when people came back with quotes that were 50K or less. So I think it's worth kind of pointing out a few of the things. These are real examples of things that people received through the TABA consulting services, but which I think are viable for people to hope to receive with that $50,000 that they can request in phase 2 TABA. Many of these types of things can be very valuable to companies. You know, market entry and launch strategy report. A lot of times the innovators in our portfolio are scientists who don't have experience bringing a product to market. Issues like pricing model and reimbursement strategy, or a regulatory strategy or roadmap, or preparing for a pre-IND meeting. These are things that you can't pay for with R&D money from your award. These are all things that you may need to do to be successful, but you would have to pay for them yourself. You can get access to this $50,000 in addition to your R&D funding to achieve these goals, and we can help you be successful in doing that. Everybody has plenty of work to do, and it takes time and effort to plan for what you need and write an SOW and find a vendor, and you can contact us and get our assistance in doing that. And I think you'll to great benefit. So that's the TABA program that we have, and the vision for how that TABA program works and how we can help you use that program to be successful. Who are some of the people who are helping out with that? Well, we have a seed innovator support team, and that team is composed of two general groups of people: entrepreneurs in residence and subject matter experts. The EIRs are people who have lived in the life science world. Many of them have been successful founders or have worked at successful companies. They've been through this rodeo a number of times. A lot of them are later in their career, and this is a way for them to kind of give back and work with people who are early on in this process. The EIRs, they provide consultations for business development, for regulatory, for reimbursement. We also have a team of targeted subject matter experts. And we call on them for consultations that are more focused around specific regulatory and reimbursement topics. And many of those folks are people who are former FDA, maybe they have experience working at CMS, they worked in the healthcare settings, or they have been in the consulting world themselves. And these are the people who are part of our team. You know, we have like a in-house consulting team, and basically that group, these are the people that are assisting us not only with our programs but in our consultations with our funded companies. So one of the other great programs that we have for companies in our portfolio is, as I mentioned before, we try very hard to facilitate partnering and investment opportunities for the companies that we fund. So we don't want to just fund companies and then throw that money into a black hole and hope for the best. We know that the money that we're contributing, even if it's $5 to $7 million, is really a drop in the bucket compared to what it's going to take most of these companies and most of these products to make it successfully into the healthcare ecosystem, to be accessible to patients. And in recognition of that, we want to work hard to help our companies achieve the follow-on funding and the next steps that they need to be successful. So one of the things we do is we support our companies to go off and pitch at many of the meetings that you see on this slide, including Biotech Showcase and Resi. And what we do is we plan pre-event webinars, we have presentation templates, our entrepreneurs and residents are pitch coaching these companies. At most of these meetings where we send a lot of companies, we actually have one of our entrepreneurs and residents on site who can help these companies out, who can help the founder or the presenter, help them make connections, answer questions for them. It's a really great way for companies to take advantage of our network and our connections. And also, you know, it takes a lot of practice to get good at the pitch. And our team is just a crack team of experts at helping people whip those pitches into shape. And I can tell, if you watch these companies that we send to the meetings, I guarantee you that the quality of the pitches it is really good. And it's partly because of all the work we put into helping companies prepare. We send about 100 companies each year to events. We are matching companies up with events twice a year, in January and in June. A lot of times we're looking at companies, we're deciding how far along are they, what meeting is a good match for them, and we're trying to make that work. But when we pick a company, we support their registration to the meeting and we provide them with all these services. So it's a great way to really take advantage of our network. In the last few years, we've also noticed that many of the investors that we talk to and the strategic partners, they like these NIH companies that we're sending to meetings. And so what we've done is we've created a website of all the companies that we've prepared and sent out to meetings. And it's a searchable website. You can find it from the Seed website. It allows you to search by the different event or by technology type or by state. And you can find details and contact information for all these companies that we've prepared and sent out onto the road. And now this database has probably around 400 companies in it and growing every single year. But it's a great way for investors to find some of our most exciting and investment-ready companies to take a look at. And you can find contact information, details about their award, and about their projects. And it's just a great resource. It's also a great way for a feather in the cap for companies who have gone through the program, and a way for investors to find them. So we have a number of other entrepreneurial support programs, and I'm just going to mention three. The first one is our newest program. It's our Bioentrepreneurship Capstone program. So this is a program that is really designed to kind of increase the pipeline. We realize that we have to start a little bit early if we want to get people interested in entrepreneurship and product development, that in the earlier stages of their training as students or postdocs or early career faculty, we want to get them interested in things like lean startup fundamentals, customer discovery, product development training. So what this program does is it has some online content and an online portal for people, for these cohorts to kind of learn about things. And then if they have a project that that they want to move forward, there's a selection process by which they can be matched up with mentors, and they can be mentored to develop that into a project, and potentially develop that and spin that into a company, and even to go and present at the bio meeting at the end of this cohort training. So this is called the Bioentrepreneurship Capstone program. If you're a student or a postdoc or an early career faculty member, I encourage you to go to this website and check it out. Two of the other programs that have been around for a while are the C3I program. This is concept to clinic. This is mainly for medical device innovators, but it supports small businesses and also academic innovators. And then our I-Core at NIH program. I-Core at NIH, this is for phase 1 teams, phase 1 SBRS TTR teams. Many of you are familiar with I-Core, but I-Core is really a customer discovery program where customer discovery program where basically you learn how to go out, and just like as a scientist, you're validating the technical aspects of your project with all of the experiments you're doing. I think of I-Core as bringing that same rigorous validation mindset to all of the business development and entrepreneurial aspects of your project by getting out and talking to people about it. So you conduct interviews over 8 weeks, develop a business model canvas. It's a great program, and you can find information about all of these programs at the website listed on the bottom of this page. One of the things I mentioned about the Bioentrepreneurship Capstone program is that we are really trying to expand access to our programs. And getting back to this kind of pipeline issue, we have decided that one of the ways to increase the diversity of the people that have access to our money is to bring different types of people into our ecosystem. And one of the ways that we're doing that is by providing supplements to existing companies who are funded to basically hire a candidate from a diverse background. So this is supplemental funding. This is additional free funding that you can request on top of your R&D award to bring in a candidate from a diverse background. And it's this is a win-win situation for everybody, because for small businesses who are strapped for personnel and strapped for resources, it's a great way to get some extra help. For young people and people who are maybe interested in product development, but they don't really have any access to that within their institution, it's a great way to kind of get together with a small business and get some experience, all funded potentially by money from NIH. So this is a great program. It's relatively new. We've had some success with it, but we also like to use the program as a way to help match people up, right? It's a way to match up young investigators who are interested in product development with small businesses who could use the support. So this is a great new program, and it fits in very well with many of our most important goals for the program. Now, I want to just kind of wrap things up by bringing it back to why we actually do all this. So in that slide at the beginning, I talked about some of the kind of investment successes that we've seen over the last year or so in our portfolio, and that's great. And a lot of the discussion and the news coverage around JP Morgan Week is around big financial deals, and everybody's excited about those, and I'm excited about them too. But for me, those are a means to an end. They're not the end. For me, the end is really patient access to innovative new treatments and therapies that solve healthcare problems for people. And on this page, I've listed some of our more recent ones. So now 3 of these, the Duchenne's approval is really huge. I mean, this FDA approval from Agamree for Catalyst Pharmaceuticals is really groundbreaking. This is a new approval for a disease that's just a devastating disease. One of our great successes. We're very proud of that. Now, Pain Care Labs is a cool one. This is a project that has been in the works for a while, but I can tell you, you see this picture of this little girl getting a shot. I have 2 little girls, and I can tell you, I've never seen my kids look like that when they received a vaccination. And basically, this is a little vibrating tool that sits on the arm. It can be used for children or for adults, and basically, it like masks the pain of a shot. And you might think, oh, yeah, what's the big deal? But actually, that kind of fear of injections and pain from injections is a major barrier to vaccinations. So this is a great product. They also have another product, which is a pain relief product, both on the market. Sanguina's world's first non-invasive home anemia test. This is another great product, NIH supported. There are 2 other ones listed here that are not actually on the market, but they're making their way there. That's a non-invasive portable respiratory monitor and a vibration belt that's received breakthrough device designation, which is for osteoarthritis and preventing bone breaks from osteoarthritis. So these are just some examples of the innovative types of products and services that are coming out of NIH support. And it's really, products like these, and these are the stories that, keep us all getting up in the morning and going into work happily every single day. We love these stories. And in fact, we have a website where we have a ever-growing list of nearly 100 success stories. And my definition of success is a product or service that's available and helping people out in the wild. And you can see those stories, you can search for them all across different product types, across different parts of the country. And we're really proud of that website because not only does that help people understand the types of projects that we support, but it helps our legislators and our representatives understand why funding for NIH is so important. And lest they forget that funding that they're providing will be paying dividends down the road for them and their loved ones and their healthcare providers. So I would encourage you to take a look at that website for more information and more stories like these. So I'll wrap it up. I just want to have this slide here to show you all the different ways that you can contact us. I also want to thank the members of my team who are so important in all these aspects of what we do. Stephanie Fertig is the director of the NIH Small Business Programs in our office. Chris Sassiella is the director of our Innovator Support Team. Eric Padmore is our senior advisor for entrepreneurial support. He's working on the BioE capstone and our other entrepreneurial programs. And Kate Fritz is our operations manager. So that's kind of the core team that are really responsible for many of the programs and services that you see, along with all the other members of our team that provide guidance and support across all these programs. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm happy to take questions, and I'm glad that I made it all the way through. Thank you very much.
Hi there, my name's Ken Kirshner. We've just finished a resubmission on an application, and our program officer for CDC was not able to tell us what our impact score was relative to the pay line. And that put us in a dilemma. We didn't know whether we had a good shot just standing on our original application or whether it was urgent to resubmit. I'm wondering if you can shed any light on that.
Yeah, this gets to one of the kind of issues with how the small business program is set up across NIH or HHS, and that's that each one of the individual institutes and centers, and indeed the operational divisions like CDC, they all have their own internal process for how they make funding decisions. So some of the institutes or centers have pay lines that are just straight pay lines that are based on the score. Others have what they call zone of consideration, where there's a range of scores where they consider applications. And others have neither. They just, they use the score together with program priorities to make decisions. So unfortunately, the best source of information is really the person who is closest to your award, who in your case is the CDC program officer. So, it's unfortunate that they can't provide you with more guidance. I would encourage you to, pester them some more. But because of the way the funding decisions are made, that aspect of the program is really decentralized to the individual institutes and centers. So the best advice that we can give people, and I'm sorry that it's not helpful for you in this situation, is you are going to the best source of information you can find.
Thank you, Matt. I think we can wrap up.
Great, thanks.
just to keep on schedule, the next talk will be in 5 minutes at 9:30. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I'd like to introduce our new speaker, please. Um, she is the CEO of one of our FreeMind elite companies. Nancy Schoenbrunner, CEO of Amplify DX. She's a seasoned executive with a strong background in the medical device and diagnostic industry. She has successfully led technology commercialization, R&D, and innovation strategies, playing a key role in development and approval of groundbreaking diagnostic products while working at Roche. And amidst the challenges posed by the COVID pandemic, she's one of the co-founders of Amplify DX. Under her leadership, the company has successfully diversified its focus from COVID diagnosis to a range of infectious diseases and other targets. This expansion has been supported by non-dilutive funding from various agencies, and I am personally very happy to have worked with her for the past 2 years. Please, CEO of Amplify DX, Nancy Schoenbrunner.
All right, thank you so much, Ron, and everybody at the FreeMind Group, and everybody here today. It's been a wonderful opportunity. I've been working with Ron for over 2 years now, and I was so excited to finally meet him in person. So I will share my journey. There we go. So I'll talk a little bit about the company, our mission and vision, and then our technology and product, the DX100 platform. And then I'll share a few insights about our non-dilutive funding journey and how it's helped us and how FreeMind has helped us. So at Amplify DX, we're pioneering for a new wave of molecular diagnostics. Our mission is to transform molecular diagnostics and make them more accessible and affordable to fight global infectious disease challenges. Hopefully we won't have another pandemic, but we'll help the country be ready for it. We also have a commitment to the voice of manufacturing. A lot of people talk about voice of customer, which is important, but in our sector, there's been a lot of failures over the years to be able to really scale point-of-care diagnostics because of manufacturability issues, and I've learned a lot about that, so that's an important mission of ours. Because that results in low cost of goods, and with low cost of goods, you can really address underserved communities that are price sensitive. So we really have a vision of affordable diagnostics that have lab quality everywhere. So our product is the DX100 molecular point of care platform. We developed a generation 1. We'll talk more about the funding for that under the COVID pandemic, and we're currently developing our generation 2. It uses isothermal amplification, so like PCR but isothermal, but with real-time fluorogenic detection. So think LAMP meets TACMAN. That chemistry also allows us to very rapidly and sensitively detect multiple targets. We can multiplex, so we can detect up to 10 targets at a time. So with one sample, you can detect 10 different pathogens. We're really focused on infectious diseases. That multiplexing capability allows us to do what's called syndromic panels. So if a patient presents with standard symptoms, and it could be one of a number of different infectious organisms. So think respiratory symptoms. Is it the flu? Is it COVID? Is it RSV? Or with STIs, there could be a number of different organisms that cause that. So we can diagnose all of those at the same time, as well as offer resistance or therapy selection. Our low cost of goods for the instrument, and especially the cartridge, will allow us to penetrate into the fastest growing segment of the IVD sector, which is the community health sector. I'm very pleased that some of our clinical collaborators, our most important clinical collaborators from Facile Health in Miami, Florida, are here today. It's been a wonderful journey with them, and I'll talk more about that. But the community health sector or market is the fastest growing one in diagnostics in this sector that can really benefit from point of care testing, but until today it hasn't been affordable. And we have a very sensitive platform, and we've been able to demonstrate that with a clinical trial, 98.7% sensitivity. So the solution is differentiated because of the multiplexing capability, the low cost. The results are available in under 20 minutes. It's very easy to use, high sensitivity, and we have some novel chemistry that allows multimodality or detection of both nucleic acid and protein. So how has working with FreeMind and non-dilutive funding helped amplify DX? First of all, the money. That's the most important part. It's obvious. Everybody loves non-dilutive funding. It's not on the cap table. It's been tremendous. So this is really how we started the company. It was an unusual situation. We're a collection of industry veterans. I was at Roche for 20 years. Collectively, the team has over 200 years of experience in this industry, in this sector. And when the pandemic started, I got together with my co-founders. It's a journey, it's a story that takes longer than a few minutes to describe, but we got into the RADx program from NIH, and that's how we got started with the company. So that money was very important. We've received $5.1 million to date, or will receive it with, we've been awarded 5.1 million, haven't received all of it because many of our programs are milestone based. So most of our funding has come from the RADx program, Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics, from NIBIB. And that is a very competitive, fast-paced, think Shark Tank meets diagnostics and life science. It's really intense. It's very different from your standard SBIR grants. That's where most of the funding is, and we're in the Tech 3 program to develop our second generation device. We also have an award from the National Cancer Institute to develop an HPV test for resource-limited settings. We're working on that in collaboration with UC San Francisco. And we have an award from NIAID for what's called our Sting Plus assay. So this is a sexually transmitted infection test. Includes Neisseria gonorrhea, and the plus means we also can do antibiotic resistance, so guide treatment therapy to enable test to treat. So this is our awards to date. We're working and continue to work actively with FreeMind. We just submitted on Thursday last week 2 phase 1s, one to NIAID and one to NCI. So fingers crossed. A couple months before that, we did a resubmission to NIAID. We've also done a BARDA application this year. And yeah, we just keep cranking them out. Ron and James, our consultants, are fantastic. How else has working with FreeMind and working on these grant applications helped us? It has helped us to identify our customer segment. It's really come together in the process of our clinical trials and writing up the research strategy for these grants, who we are really trying to serve. So traditionally, CLIA-waived tests can go into physician office labs, urgent care settings, that's very common and standard, hospital, emergency rooms. But where we've done our clinical trials, where we've really honed in on our community health centers, such as Facile Health, shown there together with me and Junior at a visit last year in Miami. This community health centers serve over 10% of the US population for health needs. Most of the patients are either underinsured or uninsured, so self-pay or Medicare, Medicaid. So they really need not only high quality, but affordable access to testing. So these cost pressures are really high. How else has this helped us? It's really shaped our pipeline. As one of the first things, I have an advisor that I brought on through, he's part of our, one of the angel networks that invested in us. And he was a CEO of a company that had received over $50 million of government funding. So I brought him on as an advisor. And he said, if you're going to be applying to SBIRs, because I didn't really understand the program coming from industry, needless to say, Roche has never applied for an SBIR. Jack advised me to bring on a clinician an MD, which I did, and Ron can attest, he's been a fantastic asset because we're a very tech-focused group. Together with that team, we have an understanding of not only the technology, how to scale it operationally, how to sell it. We have the clinical insights, and it's really shaped a very highly differentiated pipeline that takes advantage at where we have a product market fit. Our technology enables syndromic panels. What are you going to do with that? What's needed? What bugs do you need to detect? You know, so it's been a fantastic journey, and it's really helped us shape our pipeline. I hear from a lot of investors that, of course, they like non-dilutive funding, but they also are concerned that grants are a distraction to companies. In no way do I feel that any of the grants we've applied for or the funding we received are a distraction. They are totally in line with our portfolio and has helped us shape it. Because it really, like, there's nothing like a deadline to really, like, get you moving. And they're, like, if you're 1 minute late, forget it. The other advantage of this whole process has been the extremely intense management oversight that comes with the RADIX program. That was very unique. When I say it was like Shark Tank, it really is. Together with Survivor, like if you're not meeting your milestones, you are out of the program. We meet daily as a team. We meet with our RADIX team twice a week. We have weekly reports into them. We have monthly reports into VentureWell, who's managing this program, and we have milestone reports. We go through it, the application itself was very light compared to a standard SBIR. It was just filling out a few forms online. Then it goes into a very intense assessment, the steering committee. Deep dive. For 1 week during the pandemic, the deep dive was 1 month for Tech 3. If they decide that they like you, and that's where you really work together to shape what your project is going to be, then comes this management oversight. It is intense. To date, just for the program we're in now, we've met 3 out of 4 milestones. We're working on milestone 4. But with those first 3 milestones, we've generated 9 reports with over 450 pages of highly technical information. Also executive summaries, so that people can understand it. This is great content for our data room. We've just kicked off our Series A. Great content. So with that, I would really like to thank our partners at FreeMind Group for all of the help, and everybody from the NIH, all the agencies that have supported us. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Our next speaker, also from one of our Freeman Elite clients, Dr. Juan Vera is the president and CEO of Marker Therapeutics. He's an expert in the field of adoptive T-cell therapy with 19 years of experience. He was an associate professor at Baylor College of Medicine, where he worked on the Department of Medicine and the Center for Cell and Gene Therapy. He has a strong background in research and clinical trials, and Dr. Vera has made significant contributions to streamlining therapeutic candidates from academia to industry, earning him prestigious awards and recognition. Currently, as CEO of Marker, where he was also previously Chief Operating Officer and Chief Scientific Officer, he's leading the development of Marker's novel CAR T-cell therapies through different funding mechanisms and through different clinical trials, and I have also been quite privileged to work with his company as well. Please, Juan.
Good morning. Thank you, Ron, for the introduction, and thank you, the organizers, for the invitation. Marker Therapeutics is a public trading company, so this is just a disclaimer that the lawyers ask me to put every time, so please, more information, please visit the website. We have developed quite an interesting technology. Some of you might be familiarized with CAR T cells. And what we do is actually something similar that addresses many of the challenges currently faced with adopted T-cell therapy and CAR T-cells. If you look in the lower left-hand side, you basically see that genetic engineering definitely has validated the space for adopted T-cell transfer. However, it's now well recognized that the single target antigen can result in the tumor evolution and adaptation that lead to the resistance. What we actually have developed is immunological transfer of T cells that are educated in the laboratory without genetic engineering. Our final drug product constitutes of thousands of individual alpha-beta TCRs that is capable of recognizing hundreds of different epitopes. We have tested this technology in over 200 patients. We have seen a very favorable safety profile. And we have seen early data of efficacy in both hematologic malignancies and solid tumor. This technology was developed at Baylor College of Medicine, and the company, we have the exclusive worldwide license for this approach. Under the company umbrella, and I would like to acknowledge that working with Freemind, we have been quite successful, and we have anchored over 17 million in non-diluted funds from CPRED, FDA, and NIH. And even though we're a publicly trading company, I think that having funding from the government and the agencies is not only a great avenue to advance the program, it's also a huge validation for the technology. And you also get important feedback from scientific and clinical peers. Under the company umbrella, we're advancing 3 different clinical programs. We have a product called MT401 and MT601. We have a program in lymphoma, AML, and pancreatic cancer. One of the programs that I'm the most excited is about our lymphoma program, which we launched recently. This is a phase 1 clinical study. And the reason for that is because I believe that this program has the potential to yield approval in a short period of time, and I will explain why. If you're familiar with the space, you probably also recognize that lymphoma is extremely crowded, and multiple companies are developing therapies in lymphoma. What we're doing is slightly different, and we're basically targeting this product in patients that are CAR failures or CAR relapse patients. And in that way, having the opportunity to develop the product in a clinical population that it has a high unmet medical need. Now I'm going to show you 3 pieces of independent evidence that suggest why this clinical study should yield a positive clinical outcome. The first one, it comes from a pre-existing clinical experience at Baylor College of Medicine where we developed the product. And here you can see multiple things. The first thing is that we have evidence that this therapy works not only in Hodgkin lymphoma, but also in non-Hodgkin and non-Hodgkin lymphoma. And here you basically see that this therapy can be given to patients without lymphodepletion. We haven't seen any cytokine release syndrome nor neurotoxicity, and this therapy can convert patients to a complete response. And in the top right-hand side, you see a CT scan of one of these patients responding to the therapy. We also have modeled in the laboratory the response that our therapy has to these type of tumors. Now, let me walk you through this data set. What you see here is this is in the y-axis, this is number of tumor cells, and in the x-axis, time. Now, as expected in the absence of any treatment, you see here I don't know that I have a pointer. Okay, in the absence of any treatment, you basically see the black line. As expected, the number of tumor cells grow very quickly. If you administer CAR-CD19, as expected, you now see a control in the tumor growth. However, if you monitor those cells long enough, you basically see that tumor cells start to appear from that initial treatment. And if you examine further those tumor cells that appear, you basically identify that those clones of tumor cells that are becoming resistant, in fact, they lack the expression of the target antigen CD19. And that's something that it makes sense, right? So you have a CAR CD19, it eliminates the tumors that are CD19 positive, and as a consequence, you have the emergence of a different tumor cells lacking the target antigen. And if now you take these residual tumor cells and treat them again with CAR CD19, you basically see, as expected, that these tumor cells now are resistant to future treatments. In contrast, if you take these cells and you treat them with our product, MT601, you can basically see that our cells and our therapy can actually eliminate tumor cells that are even CAR refractory. Now, most recently, we actually have launched this study into the clinic, and here we now are reporting the results from our first patient enrolled and treated in this study. This is a 57-year-old female patient diagnosed with DLBCL. This patient has 4 prior lines of therapies, including CAR-CD19, and this patient relapsed to CAR-CD19 after 90 days of therapies. After this, the patient was enrolled in the clinical study, where received 2 doses of our therapy. After this, we observed that the therapy was well tolerated. There was no cytokine release syndrome, nor neurotoxicity. 8 weeks later, the patient had a complete metabolic response, and now the patient has surpassed 6 months and is still in complete response. So even though this is very early clinical data and we continue to collect, it basically supports our thesis that MT601 could provide a clinical benefit in patients that are CAR relapse. We will continue collecting data. We have a currently ongoing clinical study called Apollo, and we anticipate to read additional clinical data later this year. Now, I'm going to present what we basically consider will be the future of the company and how we can basically take this technology beyond. And I'm going to finish with presenting just a glimpse of 2 additional clinical programs that we are advancing. This is an off-the-shelf program using a product that we call MT401 in AML. One of the things that probably you can recognize is that a significant bottleneck in the industry is the individualized production of these type of products, right? And even though we have a simple manufacturing process, one way to overcome this is the generation of a pre-existing cellular inventory that can be given to patients as they actually need it. In order to do that, our solution is quite simple. We identify donors, healthy individuals of a particular HLA typing that allow us to pre-manufacture this product. And then when the patient, we manufacture the product exactly the same way. And once these products are then cryopreserved, and when the patient requires the product, we simply perform a partially HLA matching that allows now to pair our product inventory with the patient. So it's a very simple solution to a problem in the industry related to the individualized production of T-cell products. So we're very excited about this program and anticipate to dose our first patient this year. Now I'm going to finish with another program that is very exciting, and is the MT601 program in pancreatic cancer. One of the issues that we have seen in the field is the limited clinical efficacy of CAR T-cells, particularly in the context of solid tumors. But this technology is actually very different. We actually have already clinical proof of concept data in pancreatic cancer. This is a phase 1 clinical study that we conducted at Baylor. And here we see this is a combination chemotherapy regimen as a first-line therapy. We basically see here these patients were able to obtain 1 complete response and 3 partial responses after the administration of the cells. Now, this is a very early clinical data, but we will continue advancing this program under the company umbrella and hope to identify whether the administration of our product can in fact have an improved overall survival in patients with pancreatic cancer. So some of the corporate highlights is we currently have a runway that takes us all the way to the end of 2025. We have more than 17 million in cash. We have been awarded more than 17 million in non-dilutive funding. It has been really a great collaborative experience with FreeMind. And we have, as I mentioned before, demonstrated that our therapy is well tolerated, and we have some early signs of clinical efficacy in both hematologic malignancies and solid tumors. And we will continue working this year to collect additional data that hopefully will pave the way to a future approval in lymphoma. With that, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and very importantly, the grant agencies, NIH, FDA, CPRED, which is a great source of funding for companies in Texas, all our patients and the clinical collaborators and the market team. And if there's any questions, thank you very much. Sure.
Your multi-TA, was that like an AND gate or was it OR gate?
Okay, so I'm going to repeat the question. So the question is if this technology is an AND or OR gate. It's a great question, and allow me to clarify that we do not use genetic engineering, right? So it's a very simple process. We basically use over a set of peptides, hundreds of peptides that basically amplify, multiple different epitopes from 6 selected tumor-associated targets, right? So the manufacturing process, basically, we take the apheresis material from the patient. We use this peptide library, which is the same for every single patient. We use that peptide library with cytokines that allows the amplification of tumor-reactive cells. As a consequence, you have thousands of individual alpha-beta TCRs that get amplified, targeting hundreds of different epitopes, right? So it's a very simple technology, but it's old school. I guess the element that it is new is the fact that you're basically targeting multiple different epitopes throughout the same manufacturing process. So if you were then to do the same manufacturing process from multiple different individuals, you basically will see a different makeup on the T-cell clones and the target antigens due to the diversity of HLA typing and the antigens expressed by the tumor. But that diversity within the product itself is what makes this therapy unique, or making up an appropriate match for the patient on tumor characteristics. Perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you for the attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vera. Our next speaker, Dr. Jim Attolo, is the Senior Vice President of Research and Translational Sciences at Sapiens Therapeutics and is responsible for leading the company's discovery and development efforts. He has previous experience as Director of Pharmacology at Contrafact and has successfully guided a lead candidate through phase 2 of clinical development. Among his notable achievements are the invention of an antibody fragment-based therapeutic for medical radiation countermeasures and autoimmune indications, which is supported by the NIH Radiation Nuclear Countermeasure Program. Sapiens is another member of our Freeman Elite, and we welcome Dr. Attolo to the stage.
Hey, good morning. Thank you to FreeMind for recognizing Sapiens as one of the elite companies that they work with, and for the opportunity to speak to everybody here today. So our quick disclaimer page. Sapiens Therapeutics was founded in 2015 with the idea of targeting hard or difficult to treat cancers by going after what were previously considered undruggable targets. And in order to do this, what we did was design a new therapeutic modality we call SPEARs. SPEARs are stabilized peptides that are able to identify and bind to a target, a previously undruggable target, disrupt its interactions with other essential cofactors, and thereby prevent its activity. We've designed SPEARs against the transcription factor CBP-beta. That is our lead clinical SPEAR and the prototype of this modality. ST-101 is currently in a clinical study evaluating its activity in patients with glioblastoma. We've seen several successes so far in the clinic and have ongoing studies that I'll talk about in just a few moments. Our second clinical SPEAR is ST-316. This is designed against pretty much the quintessential undruggable target and the reason for companies such as Sapiens are in existence, and that's beta-catenin. We have devised and designed this peptide to attack the oncogenic activity of beta-catenin while leaving its homeostatic functions fully capable. What this enables us to do is separate or bifurcate the oncogenic versus the pathologic functions of beta-catenin and deliver a completely safe molecule, whereas enabling us to attack this very difficult and elusive target. The ST316 program has recently entered a phase 1 clinical study in a bucket of patients who are likely to harbor Wnt mutations, and we expect to start a phase 2 dose expansion study later this year in patients with colorectal cancer. Our SPEARS approach and the design of these molecules has enabled us to identify that we could do this against other previously undruggable targets as well, and that has enabled us to design our pipeline and our platform discovery system, which we term ADAPT. ADAPT enables us to screen multi-million peptide libraries against full-length proteins in a cellular environment, enabling us to identify and isolate disruptors of those protein-protein interactions for further optimization and ultimate clinical activity. We have thus far received NIH support in the form of SBIRs to support both the ST101 and ST316 programs, as well as some of our developmental programs to the tune of about $4.6 million. It's been a very successful program. It's enabled us to really expand our research and enable us to characterize these molecules in a way and with outsourced activities that maybe would be difficult to do under normal and current budget situations. So it's been a very successful system, and I would echo previous comments that say that it really has not in any way, shape, or form distracted us from our goals and our mandates. We've designed and written these grants with the intent of following the path that we would probably be following anyhow, just enabling us to expand to a greater degree, and that's really been a very good formula for us thus far. So I mentioned a new therapeutic modality called SPEARS. SPEARS are stabilized peptides, and they are designed against protein-protein interactions. Why are SPEARS necessary? Well, our current, biotech industry in general looks at protein-protein interactions as undruggable because whereas small molecules are really adept at getting into cells, reaching protein targets, they require a kinase activity or a binding pocket to exert their activity, and most protein-protein interactions just simply don't have that. Antibodies are excellent at blocking two proteins from coming together, but for the most part, antibodies can't enter the cell, enter the nucleus, where these protein-protein interactions are really essential. So our SPEARS, our stabilized peptides, are able to get into cells, they're able to bind a target, we can send them to the nucleus, we can send them to the cytoplasm, and they can exert their activity. They block binding interactions that are essential for two proteins to either sit on DNA or exert another signaling event, and that is really the benefit. Because of the process in which we stabilize our peptides, we use D-amino acids, versions of natural amino acids. These peptides are not liable to proteolytic degradation. As a result, they are not processed by MHC, and they processed and presented by MHC, and therefore they're non-immunogenic. We have seen plasma half-lives in the range of 2 days, whereas a standard peptide that you might consider an L-amino acid peptide would have a half-life of minutes to at most hours. And they are exceedingly well tolerated because they are targeting specific protein-protein interactions that are required for oncogenic activity, however, that are not essential for normal everyday functions. So over the next couple of slides, I'll give you a brief introduction of the ST101 program and some of the clinical data that we've generated to date, and as a demonstration of our SPEAR platform. ST101 targets the transcription factor CABP beta, not exactly a household name under most transcription factors. However, a really interesting and important target in that it has both direct oncogenic activity within tumor cells as well as an important effect in the immune microenvironment. CABP beta is expressed in almost all cells. However, in most differentiated adult epithelial and endothelial cells, it's held in a repressed state. When it is active, and that's primarily in adults and in tumor cells, it activates a transcriptional program that enhances survivin, IDS, cyclins, essentially embryonic stem cell factors that enable tumors to proliferate, de-differentiate, and show chemo-resistant activity against most standard drugs. In addition, within the tumor microenvironment, CBP beta is expressed in a subset of cells called M2 macrophage. These are immune suppressive macrophage that act by making what we term the tumor microenvironment cold, excluding cytolytic T cells, enhancing the recruitment of regulatory T cells that further block the immune response. In the presence of ST101, CBP beta is not able to dimerize, and by disabling its dimerization, it's not able to sit on DNA, and it's not able to enact its transcriptional program. In the tumor, we see direct anti-tumor activity by tumor cell cytotoxic activity by decreasing all these survival factors that are essential for the tumor growth. But what we also see is a remodeling of the tumor microenvironment. We see the shift from M2 macrophage to the immune supportive and pro-inflammatory M1 macrophage, therefore seeing recruitment of CD8 cells and direct anti-tumor immune responses in addition to the direct anti-tumor cytotoxic events. As I mentioned, ST101 is currently in the clinic. We are completing a phase 2 study with the intent of starting a phase 2b later this year in glioblastoma. This is a demonstration, and I hope some of you can see some of the immunohistochemistry that we have up here. But this is a direct demonstration of both ST101 passing past the blood-brain barrier into the glioblastoma tumor, and that's depicted on the top. This is immunohistochemistry to ST101 itself. And post-treatment, you'll see a brown stain throughout the tumor, as well as target engagement. On the bottom, we see CBP beta immunostaining within the tumor is decreased post-treatment. This is a demonstration and supports what we've observed in vitro and cell culture studies, showing that direct targeting of CBP beta promotes its proteolytic degradation by the proteasome. So we see both tumor uptake and target engagement. And here's a case study of a patient who's a 34-year-old male, came into the clinic with glioblastoma and was recurrent glioblastoma, and was put into our ST101 phase 2 program. This patient had a tumor that we can see at baseline was actually pushing over the midline and was considered a very poor prognosis. Over the course of several months of treatment, and this patient remained on study for over a year, we saw the tumor shrink continuously to a 93% loss of tumor. This was considered a partial response, not a complete remission, because we were not able to biopsy the tumor and demonstrate that there was no tumor cells left. However, this patient has received extended life, essentially, in a disease that is very difficult to control. We are additionally seeing some clinical responses in our phase 2 study, both partial responses and in a window of opportunity sub-study in which drug was given before and after tumor resection. We see additional responses, including a complete response. So we're very excited by this program. We're very excited by the prospect of using our spears for difficult to treat cancers. Here's just a summary of where our company currently is in terms of clinical evaluations. The ST-101 and ST-316 programs are progressing nicely, and our next programs, our discovery programs, are essentially ready for IND-enabling studies. We have a program that targets the AP1 complex, specifically the June FRA1 interactions, which are essential for many gynecologic and similar cancers. In addition to multiple 7 discovery programs that are in different stages of hit to target optimization. So with that, I say thank you. I appreciate your time and interest, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, both on our funding path as well as our programs. Yes? The second lesion started while the patient remained on study. So with the occurrence of a new lesion, they come off study. We are currently trying to sequence that tumor and identify if there were specific mutations that would teach us, patient selection for future studies.
It's still very interesting, it's really exciting.
I appreciate that. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Ottolo. After our next speaker, we will break for coffee, and the next after that will be at 10:45. Our next speaker is Commander Michael Banias, a senior officer in the U.S. Public Health Services and a health specialist at the National Institute of Minority Health Disparities. The program he is the director of, the SBR CTR program, his mission is to lead the nation's scientific research to improve minority health and reduce health disparities. In his role, he oversees an award budget of almost $12.5 million and over 37 awardees. He specializes in underserved healthcare and public health system and has extensive experience in implementation science. Please, Commander.
Just to update some information, I've actually got a $22 million budget now. So I also know it has been an extremely long week. So if anyone needs to get up, I'm not going to be offended. And I know I was in bed last night by 10, and I feel like I was out till 3 last night. So how do I move the slides? Is it this? So just to give you some understanding of the Minority Health and Health Disparities Institute, because we've got about a $550 million budget, but we are disease agnostic, and we work across all the NIH institutes on promoting and leading on health disparities and minority health research programs. So one of the things that my program does is we are disease agnostic. So you might see some funding opportunities coming out later this year that NCI might sign on to, or Heart, Lung, and Blood, or some of the other institutes, because for example, one of the things I'm going to mention later on is we're working on a tribal health initiative. You don't want to make it seem like it's solely focused on cancer. We want to lead and be the big tent and focus on health disparities and health equity issues. I don't really focus on drugs, but if you come to me with a therapeutic or some kind of drug development, I am very collegial with all my colleagues. I do not mind working with them. In fact, I love working with them on getting, say, like cancer drugs or heart, lung, and blood devices out into health disparities populations. It's just we don't really fund drugs and therapeutics, but happy to introduce you to my other disease-specific colleagues. We mostly fund digital health services, such as delivering care and expanding research, such as like clinical trials, to health disparities and people living with health disparities populations, and I'll go into who those populations are that are defined by the NIH in a couple of slides. But for the most part, we focus on devices, services, and digital health that help close health equity gaps and causes, because a lot of health equity is caused because of a lack of cultural competency, lack of healthcare access, lack of knowledge. And, you know, for example, like I'm a New Yorker who grew up in the suburbs of Connecticut. What might work in that area might not work in Nebraska. What might work in a heavily Caucasian population, such as a device, an approach, a clinical trial approach, might not work in the Mississippi Delta. So we develop and test interventions to reduce health disparities. We work on advancing scientific understanding of the cause of health disparities, especially the intersectionality between race and ethnicity and socioeconomic status. And for the most part, we create scientific methods and metrics that are used across the NIH for promoting health disparities research and research for minority health populations. Now, I mentioned, you know, when people come to us for products, one of the things I try to say to them is, well, what are you trying to do and achieve health equity? Are you trying to create physical access, such as you know, helping people actually get access to care if there's a transportation issue, or if they have people, or if there are people with disabilities? Is it a knowledge thing, such as health literacy? Is it an infrastructure barrier, such as is there just not a healthcare clinic there, or is there a social determinant of health aspect, such as lack of transportation or a food insecurity area with lack of grocery stores that provide healthy food that's causing disease in that population? Is it economic, such as payment, price transparency? Do they have healthcare coverage? And most of all, is it cultural? And that kind of goes back to, you know, if I can give an example, working with tribal health populations, a lot of the concepts and ideas that come to us, you know, you really do need to do the due diligence on learning how people actually perceive your idea and your concept and how they're actually going to use it, because those are your customers and that's the market that you're going to want to capture. And that's one thing I want to add is that, you know, the underserved and health disparities populations, you have to think of it, yes, they're people that definitely need healthcare and expansion of NIH healthcare research, but they're also potential customers, and those are markets that you want to pursue because they're people that need services and they're not getting them, and they're willing to, you know, there's a need there for a customer base for them to buy your products. Now, as I mentioned, NIH has several health disparities recognized populations that includes Hispanics and Latinos, rural areas, American Indians and Alaska Natives, sexual and gender minorities, which are LGBTQ, socially economic disadvantaged individuals such as people residing below the poverty line that are on Medicaid, African Americans and Blacks, Native Americans and Pacific Islanders, Asians, and my institute director, who is actually teleworking about 8 blocks from here from his house, announced in September people experiencing disabilities. So people with special needs, which they can either be born with or develop through time. And I think this is an extremely exciting area, especially for SBIR, because a lot of physical therapists, OTs, speech pathologists, they are extremely resilient and creative in developing technologies and adaptive therapies for serving their patients and people with disabilities. The benefit, the economic barriers and the access barriers, there's a huge disparity throughout the country, especially since most of them are on Medicaid or have different resource availability to them. Just some examples of what we fund here at NIH SBIR, NIMHC's SBIR, you know, for LGBTQ, you know, we'll fund like a trans woman connected app for sexual promotion, for tribal evaluation of patient navigation services, which is extremely important because not everything is run by IHS, for Indian healthcare, for tribal healthcare populations, for Latinos, improving health literacy for an intergenerational approach, for African Americans, a rapid point of care test for renal risk analysis. Now, one of the things, so I think Matt talked a little bit about this during his presentation, providing an overview on the seed process, but the scientific review process, when you submit an application, this is going to be your only time to talk to the reviewers. So the writing, and I'm not the best writer, I'm a draft writer. So usually I'm so jealous of my friends that are lawyers, and postdoctoral people that like just submit grants and they could just sit down the computer and just do it. Usually to write a paragraph, I have to, it takes a while. But one of the things that I encourage is be very upfront when you write your application and your abstract. Because a couple times a year, like I will try, or I'll do grant reviews, and by the time you get to like grant 5 or, application 5 or 6, you're tired. So be upfront, and particularly with the equation on how to frame an abstract. Now, this is algebraic, and my father, who knows I'm terrible at math, especially algebra, thought that this was actually kind of funny. But try to frame, within the first 4 sentences, what health disparity population you're focused on. What's the health inequity problem? Is it access? Is it economic? Is it cultural? What's your intervention and difference from competitors? And how's that going to help equal health equity? And one of the things that I think is extremely important, because when you go for this, like the scientific review people, and I'm gonna lean to my colleague Jane over there from Heart, Lung, and Blood, who used to be a scientific review officer, to correct me if I'm wrong, but they're looking at areas such as innovation, environment, approach, skill set of the PIs and the team, and what's the other one? Did I count 4? Environment, approach. I'm trying to make this interactive, as you can tell. Teams, yes, okay. So, one of the things is it's important to be like right up there in front, and, when writing your application, then weave into why that there is a health disparity population within the subsequent content and how your intervention can help create health equity. So for an example, Latinos experience high hypertension, educational and delivery of cultural competent and affordable preventive care through mobile healthcare units equals health equity. I know that's a word salad, but it at least sets up like an outline for you to create your first 4 sentences. Such as company X will utilize a health disparities populations, community, and societal influences for use of machine learning, dietary tools for creating guidance for diabetes control, therefore increasing equitable health access to control diabetes in a culturally competent method at an individual level. Yes, that is an extremely wordy sentence, but it covers all the bases, and that might be the most purple prose I've written in a while. But I hope you at least get the point. Be upfront when you're writing your application as far as first 4 sentences. Talk about what your health disparities population is, because that's going to be important for application responsiveness, but also talk about why you're better than everyone else and what you can do and who your market is, because it's all about how you're going to serve these populations that have enormous healthcare barriers, 1 or more healthcare barriers, and how you're going to help achieve health equity. Now, one of the things we have, and we're going to do this for resubmissions at first, and this is our 2nd year of the program, and eventually we're going to open this up to new applicants in the spring, is we have a HD pre-application program. It's going to be opening up in late January. You can email me for more information, but the program is rooted in helping people get better scores. Because it is my belief as a healthcare administrator by training that the more solid business plan you have, in which you submit an application, in which you have a strategic plan, but also tactical objectives to launch your phase 1 or phase 2, you're not going to be playing catch up, and you're going to be able to use your grant money immediately and hit the ground running, so that if you're a phase 1, you can get to phase 2 very quickly in a sound way. And if you're a phase 2, you can go for VC money or a phase 2B or get other outside funding. Just funding opportunities in 2024. We've got a bunch that are coming out, but Innovations for Healthy Living, which focuses on digital health services, decentralized clinical trials, and digital therapeutics. Those are just some of the areas, which a number of other health NIH ICs have also signed on to, including like NIH-LBI and NCATS. That's going to be released in late winter, and that'll be open twice this year. We're also working on a tribal health opportunity to help provide funding that's been approved by our council to provide funding both for tribal health issues, but also funding directly to tribal-owned businesses for their own SBIRs to help solve problems at their community. Our council has also approved a telehealth concept that we're going to be working on, which is going to be a notice of special interest. And we have some other things in the hopper coming out in 2024 I can't talk about. So that is my talk. Everyone's taking pictures and nobody got up or fell asleep, so I think I did okay, and I hope I'm at time. So I now open it up to questions, and thank you very much, and thanks for coming out to San Francisco this week. Oh yeah, you. Oh yeah, so yes. What's that? Oh, she asked, can you provide some examples of services that we fund? So for example, on the social determinants health level, providing mental health care or mental health services to people that are experiencing mental health disparities or service accesses. Some of the other areas that I'm really interested in, and this reflects what the NIH director just talked about in her New York Times interview, helping promote and facilitate greater expansion of diverse populations in clinical trials, whether that's providing services for like research nurses or actually like getting biospecimens quicker to those sites or doing engagement and enrollment activities. That's one example. It could also be, doing community healthcare worker work and going out there and promoting health promotions within health disparity populations. So those are some of the services we provide. The service, we love services, and it really just needs to be able to, if I could do another equation, I love services where if looking at the workflow, it's A, B, C, D. A is the beginning, D is the end, and they cut out the B and the C, and they make the process more efficient and provide better health access and a more efficient system. So those are the types of services we find. But I can talk to you more about that on the side. Yes, how are you?
Very good, thank you. So my question is for the pre-application program on February. So do you think that, for example, how long will be, what is the length? Because I am in the process, I expect to get the deadline for April 5. So
Okay.
do you think that I could get it?
We can talk more about that. It's going to be open initially for resubmissions. New applicants are going to be open up later, and essentially I have a contractor that we have hired through that actually works with Heart, Lung, and Blood, and they put you through a cohort in coaching and mentoring. And they do a really good job of saying, okay, well, you've got this environment. Does your approach fit within your environment? So, but we can talk more about that. But initially, for that April 5th deadline, it's going to be for resubmissions, and then we're going to open it up to new applicants with the next cohort, which is going to be probably more for the September 5th application debt.
Thank you.
No worries. Hi, how are you? Thank you for coming. Yeah, so this is actually a really good question. So we do participate in the omnibus. We also, and this is what we're trying to do both for creating health markets, but also, when you do an RFA or a NOFO, and I'm probably messing up on the language here, when you do a funding opportunity with a set-aside funds from the other institutes, it goes to a special emphasis panel. So for example, my Healthy Innovations funding opportunity, that's going to be going to a panel that strictly is health disparities experts. Because I like to call the omnibus the grab bag, because you might have a health disparities population and say you're focusing on cancer prevention, but then you get thrown into the cancer study section, you're going up against, some really well-mature, good companies. So we do participate in the omnibus. But we're also in FY24, please watch to see what our institute's going to be doing, because we hope to be coming up with more funding opportunities that will go to a special emphasis panel where you're going to have experts there that focus on health disparities. Yes, sir, how are you? Thank you.
If you were to do a map of where you're providing support, where would those states be? Is it on the East Coast where you're located, West Coast?
Oh, that's a great question. And okay, so one of the things that that I have been trying to do over the last year is, and this is not a knock against Boston or San Francisco or Silicon Valley, but there is a lot of focus on healthcare entrepreneurship in those two areas. So we are trying to go into other markets. Now, I do not decide funding. The man who's teleworking 6 blocks away from here does. He signs off, he cuts the checks. I can make funding recommendations through my admiral, but we're trying to really spread throughout the country into areas like Chicago. Chicago's got awesome stuff going on. I've gotten some great applicants from Los Angeles, and someone like Dave Whelan from LA Bioscience has given me a ton of really good applicants as well. I would like people from Florida, Texas. Like, this is a national grant program, and health disparities is a national issue, but it's also a community and a local issue. As I said, what might work in New York City might not work in Nebraska, so we're trying to fund companies based on the best science that help focus on the intersectionality between race and ethnicity and socioeconomic status throughout the country. So we're just not focused on Boston or San Francisco, but we want to go into other markets because it shows the diversity of problems that in research that we're trying to propel. Yes. Oh, I'd love to talk to you afterwards. I would absolutely love to talk to you afterwards. Any other questions? I don't even know if I'm at time. Yes, sir. How are you? The decision-making process is just like all the other NIH institutes. You apply. Hopefully you get discussed. And Jane can correct me, only about 50% of applications get discussed. Hopefully you're going to get a score, and then my admiral and my IC director sit and they're like, okay, well, here's the score. What are the institute's strategic priorities? And then that's how they make funding decisions. So if you don't get funded by us, you can't yell at me because I don't cut the checks. But that's how it is. And a lot of it is based on the best science and the institute priorities. And my IC director actually just released a JAMA article on health disparities research, which is really good and provides clear understanding of what the emphasis is coming out from the institute. But I'm here to help with applications, to review aims and abstracts, and help prepare you all for success. So please contact me at any time. I'm pretty accessible, except this week, but I'm very accessible. I have a link for office hours, and please bring your ideas to me. And like I said, even if you don't fit within our cohort or within our institute, one of the things I love, especially growing up in academic medicine, is we're all very collegial. We don't have sharp elbows, and we're all trying to we're all very collegial, and we all just want to see you all successful in going out there and furthering the NIH's mission and creating economic development for the country. So thank you very much.
Coffee break. In about 10 minutes, the next speaker will come up. Hi, everyone. We're ready to continue. I'm sorry for running out of coffee cups. You guys are a thirsty bunch, but hopefully they'll be replenished soon and everybody can drink up. Our next speakers are Craig Gravitz and Jennifer Patterson from Patio. Patio. Guys, if we'd like to continue, so please. Patio is the Project Accelerator Transition Innovation Office, which is part of the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, or ARPA-H, one of the newer agencies in the field. Craig Gravitz is the director of Patio. He launched and ran a research and development program at the Defense Logistics Agency, inspired by DARPA, but also private sector innovation models like design thinking and lean startup. Using these models, he developed an effective framework to translate work into real-world environments. Joining Greg is Jenica Patterson, the director of the Technology Transfer and Transition, or T3X division within Patio. She oversees the public-private partnerships for transition, FDA engagement strategy, and small business program for ARPA-H. She has a background in neuroscience and previous experience at DARPA and the NIH, where she served as the program director for various translational therapeutic and diagnostic programs at the National Institute of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism and the National Institute of Biomedical Imaging and Bioengineering RADx program. Please welcome Craig and Jenica.
Hello, everybody. This is very exciting. If you're here for the Dilutive Summit, you can make your way to the exit now. This is the Non-Dilutive Summit. I promised my team I'd make that joke last night, so there you go. No, I didn't land it, Isabella. Sorry. All right. This is actually really exciting. So, fun fact, I am ARPA-H's first employee. I was part of the planning team like 2 years ago, and I was on board even before our wonderful director, Renee Wagerson, was here, and so I'd really seen the agency develop from just a concept to actually doing all of these amazing things that we're doing now. And I was here last year with Renee, where she gave the mission brief, and it was so funny, because like typical JPM, you know, I was staffing her, and I have her schedule, and I'm like sitting on my phone, I'm like, when is our next meeting, where are we going, this stuff, and then she's like, keeps shouting me out during this, and she's like, and then as our director of transition, Craig says, I'm like, oh, hey, boss. So anyway, it's funny how much a difference a year makes. So, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about my office inside ARPA-H, and kind of during the course of that, you'll learn a little bit about how the agency works, but then also some of the things that we've accomplished in the last year since Renee and I kind of last spoke to this group, so really exciting. Okay, so like the gentleman said, I'm a licensed attorney, and I have a background in designing R&D programs. Previously, I was at the Department of Defense, and one of the things that really differentiated my work, from some of my peers, is that people actually ended up using the things that I designed. Sounds kind of silly, but it's actually a really difficult problem in R&D, especially government ID. Yeah, that'd be great. Cool, we'll get a mic. So, yeah. So, what's really fun about that is I got to design a program, run it, and I got to see what works. And at ARPA-H, what I get to do, one of the best jobs at the agency, is I get to help our wonderful scientists who develop these groundbreaking, technical innovations and really help them translate it into the real world. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how my office works and really bring you into some of the, my daily existence, which is basically wall-to-wall Zoom calls with Jenica here. Okay, so if you can go on to the next slide. Oh, it's right here. All right. There we go. All right, so if ARPA-H's mission is to accelerate better health outcomes for all Americans, that's our agency's mission, it's my job, like I said, to make sure that those solutions reach all Americans. And like I said in my little intro, I have a bag of tricks that I've previously deployed and that we're really trying to scale so that they apply to all of our programs. And a really key concept you have to understand is that programs at ARPA-H are here for a transaction. Very, very short. So a program manager is term limited. So there's an initial term of 3 years. They can be extended for a maximum of 2 terms, so 6 years. A lot of times that is not enough time to develop deep tech. And so the idea is that a program manager comes in, unblocks some technical hurdle in their field, probe the deep depths of what's possible with the laws of physics, but then you hand it off to someone else and they kind of run with the baton. And so my office helps in all the different ways that you can have those solutions survive in the wild. And the key is to get involved as early as possible at concept development, because in the health space, there are a lot of things that you have to consider. Regulatory, reimbursement, market adoption, whether something's venture backable. And so the idea is that we start as early as possible intervening with those solutions and helping with the concept design so that you're building something that has a chance to survive. So where might these solutions go after ARPA-H? These are just some of the pathways that we've identified, and I'm gonna my next slide I'll just dig into one, but just imagine all the different solutions that we're building. We're gonna kind of identify early on what it takes to actually go down each of these pathways, and what differences that means, like early on, things that you're gonna have to accomplish. I don't know, Jenica, do you have any examples that you wanted to pull on from these pathways, of just to give people a flavor?
Yeah, sure. I can actually talk. So I'm Jenica Patterson. I'm one of the division directors in Patio. And I previous life of mine, I was an advisor to many program managers at DARPA. One when I wasn't there, and one I think resonates with every single person in this room, and probably most Americans, is mRNA vaccines. So there was a seedling effort that happened. This is just an example, because we don't have any examples yet of transition at ARPA-H. But mRNA vaccines was actually a seedling effort at DARPA. It started there. And this was pre-pandemic. And they gave a certain amount of money to this company that everybody knows, Moderna. And they were able to make the impossible possible. And that's really what our agencies are all about, is making the impossible possible. And what happened was COVID happened. And then we made that actually spread across the entire nation by transitioning out to all Americans and saving millions of lives. So that's one really great example of where a solution might go if it is at ARPA-H.
And what's really interesting about that example is it actually is an example of a fast fail and an early off-ramp, because it was actually part of a larger program that was a failure. It was just a component part. I don't know if you want to give a beat on that, of the different piece that it was, or... Yeah. Okay. All right. So just in general, I gave you a couple different pathways. One of the most common failures, if you're talking about creating a startup, is no market need. Again, sounds completely crazy, but a lot of times in science, the scientists, they see something and they're just motivated to solve a problem, but it's really just a problem that's inside their brains and the curiosity that they have. The key, if you want to fulfill ARPA-H's mission of getting solutions out into the real world, is to actually ensure that the problems that we're solving are things that actually matter to real Americans. And so what we don't want to do is go through a 6-year effort where we unblock some sort of major technical milestone, only to find after all of that government funding that nobody wants it. And so the types of things that my office does is that we make sure that there is a market need early on. Okay, so one of the concepts, like if you're going to take one thing away from this briefing, the most important thing to me is this concept that was popularized by the design firm IDEO. Essentially, it's that innovation comes at the intersection of these three things. So there's feasibility, so that's the technology itself, and typically you measure this, in like the DARPA context or NASA with the technical readiness level, TRL. And frankly, a lot of times inside the government or even the private sector, people almost exclusively focus on that technical feasibility. But as I mentioned in the last slide, that's not really enough. And so to give you a little bit of a flavor of how my team operates, we really focus on those other two aspects of it. So you have desirability. So this is the wants and needs of people. Again, going back to the last slide, no market need. You want to understand that right away, whether you're solving a problem that actually matters to people. But other things to consider here are affordability. Can people actually afford this? Accessibility, is it something that's going to be deployed in a variety of communities or just in more well-to-do areas? We really make sure we're solving for everyone. So that's the desirability piece. And then finally, there's viability. These are the market dynamics, so ensuring that something is venture backable, that it can go through the regulatory process, that there is an FDA pathway for the things that we're creating. And again, the idea is that in parallel to the program managers designing their programs, technical feasibility, my team is helping make sure that we have those other two things really accounted for during concept development. Okay, so I have 3 wonderful teams inside Patio. So we have Jenica, who is with me right here, and I'll let her tell you a little bit more about her particular division. I also have our health ecosystem engagement team, aka HEAT, led by our wonderful Dan Bram right here. Dan, you want to give a wave to everybody? If you want to set up any sort of speaking engagement, conference, other sort of interaction with ARPA-H, Dan is the man to do that. And then finally, there is a really tremendous effort that we're very excited about called ARPANET H. You might have heard about it. It's our way to convene the health ecosystem, which is currently fragmented. This is a consortium where we can run R&D projects, and we'll be doing that upcoming in this year. But we have a site in Boston that's primarily focused on investors and markets, and then another site in Dallas that's focused on customer experience, and there'll be funding opportunities and projects that come out of each of those hubs. And if you notice, just kind of going back, our little model here actually tracks with this design rubric as well. So our Boston hub very much focuses on viability, whereas our Dallas hub focuses on the desirability piece of that. Okay, so telling you a little bit about the teams that I have. So we have the HEAT team, managed by Dan right here. These are some of the services that we have. So one are ecosystem activities and speaking opportunities. So again, as we send out our other senior leaders, like Renee and other folks, figuring out how we actually engage the world and create really meaningful bidirectional communication. Dan helps organize that and kind of deploy the different leaders as chess pieces on the board to make sure that we're communicating our message, but then also people can give us feedback. We also have we like to call our network on demand. Just taking a beat. One of the best things about a program manager is that they are an expert in a particular field. But the best programs are actually interdisciplinary. And so what happens when you do something that's at the intersection of like cybersecurity and, I don't know, some sort of health thing? That cybersecurity expert's going to have to come to Dan to help sort of round out that network. And so what we do is we capture all of the different interactions that we have at conferences and the personal networks of our program managers, and we really help deploy that so that we don't just like zero in on one topic. Our program managers can really pull from different domains, disciplines, fields, so we have a really, really wide aperture. Dan's been really successful at that. This is also where we run our human-centered design services, so we can really understand those wants and needs of people. In Dan's division, and finally, we do what we like to call in-person discovery trips. So during concept design, sometimes the most important thing, like I mentioned, that market need is really understanding who you're solving for. And so before we actually launch a program, what we like to do is take that program manager, his or her technical team, and bring them maybe into the community that might be affected by a problem, or bring them with some of the leading experts with that, and convening panels and whatnot. These in-person trips really take something and make it real, so that the things that we're solving aren't just these abstractions that are in a paper somewhere. You actually get to look people in the eyes, the people who would benefit from it. That's Dan's group. ARPANET H, like I mentioned before, this is convening the health ecosystem. So number one, we'll have these funding opportunities. So again, Non-Dilutive Summit. Keep an eye on our website. We'll be having some funding opportunities coming out of ARPANET H soon. Another capability that we have in ARPANET H are what we call network activations. So we have this network, so we have these hubs, and lots of different consortium members or spokes. And when we want to blast out a new program and we want to ask a question, one of the things that we like to do is pulse that network, like crowdsource information. Again, typically this happens in the government through RFIs, but RFIs can be really passive. And a lot of the most innovative people aren't trolling government websites to see, hey, what are these opportunities? And so what our hubs can do is they can actually proactively reach out to different people who might have a perspective on something. And so think, if you're solving something, maybe you need to talk to a community health organization. A community health organization is not typically going to be going on a government website. And so what our hubs can do is they can actually go out and talk to those community organizations and get their perspective on things. So that's a network activation. We have consortium events. So this is where the different folks who have signed up to be a network member can kind of mingle with each other. So it's not just ARPA H blasting out opportunities. It's allowing the different folks in the health ecosystem to mingle. And then finally, the ARPANET H will also have elements of our larger programs as we mature a little bit. So think about something that requires advanced manufacturing. We can use our network here to maybe do things domestically that have previously been done overseas. And finally, I will hand it over to my wonderful colleague, Jenica, to talk to you about her division, and then she can also, hold on to the mic to tell you about some other really interesting opportunities that you all might be interested in.
Great. Do you want to take this one? Sure. All right, cool. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to talk to you about T3X, my division within Patio. So we really the way we run our division is we want to make sure that our program managers in the programs, the technologies that we're developing are going to what we call survive in the wild. And we want to make sure we're not developing these technologies and at the end of the day, we're like, hey, this is a cool technology, do you want it? No, we want to look in the beginning of programs and make sure that we're implementing transition, understanding those barriers to entry from the beginning. So that's what my division is all about. So we have these 4 enabling capabilities for our program managers, for our programs, and at the end in the small business, for our community out, for our technology innovators. So one capability that we have in-house is called Experts in Residence Program. So we are able to pair up an expert, someone who has been there and done that. Think of a really amazing scientist who built a company, sold it, an investor now who understands the landscape of the barriers to entry to market or the barriers to entry to transition, that can sit with our program manager that maybe hasn't done that before, to understand what elements do they need to build into their program to be able to make sure that that technology is successful out in the real world. Because we're not building things to sit on the shelf, we are building things for people to use. We also have that regulatory and reimbursement support as well. So it's kind of in line with our Expert in Residence program, but we want to make sure that we have FDA at our side. We are talking to CMS. We are making sure that things are affordable, are accessible, and can also go through that regulatory pathway. Many people don't know, but we actually have, within our authorities as an agency, we actually have the ability to reimburse the FDA. And people probably always ask, what does that mean? Well, we've been working with every single center at the FDA to figure out what does that look like? What pain points do they have on their side? What programs are we launching that we want to accelerate? And what are the problems that technology innovators are having on the outside where we can accelerate everybody? We can really benefit the entire community. We do due diligence and landscape analysis. We want to make sure we're not reinventing the wheel. We're not funding everything that NIH or DARPA or other agencies are doing. So we have some public-private partnerships to help us scope what is that gap or opportunity for a program manager to make sure that they are really filling a need in a space in the community. And last but not least, in a way I think a lot of people are here of how do I work with ARPA-H? How do I get funding? We run the small business program within my division. And that is a congressionally mandated program. As most of you know, it's the SBIR STTR program. So we do dedicate 3.65% of our R&D funds to small businesses. And this is I want to differentiate a little bit from other agencies. We are completely program manager driven. And what I mean by that is we are not investigator driven. We don't have, for example, like NIH, an omnibus solicitation. We have topics that come out that are ideated by our program managers, and they are put out on the website, and they are the ones actively managing and leading that topic, because that particular idea is going to fill a gap in their portfolio, or maybe be an add-on for their program, or ideate on a next program. So imagine you getting funding from ARPA-H and being in that community and being part of another program. It's really a cool opportunity. Another thing that's not mentioned on this slide is so we not only support our program managers within my division, but we also have an entrepreneur in residence program through one of our public-private partnerships, BioHealth Innovations, to be able to support our technology innovators. So we have them paired up directly. We call it a bespoke service to make sure we're pairing the right EIR with the right small business so they are successful. And we've already been piloting that in our division so far. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more about the small business program. And I have a really exciting thing to announce. I think it's in 2 slides, so stay tuned. It's really exciting. So if you don't remember anything from this, grab your phones and look at our website because we do have a really cool opportunity. So again, the whole purpose of our small business program is twofold. It's really to support and help our program managers accelerate their portfolio, them to get quick tech to market wins, but also to make sure that we are really investing in our small businesses and we are helping that community and getting technology out into the hands of all people to meet our mission. Again, our small business topics, they're generated by our program managers. And then we are trying to release at least one contract solicitation per year. I will tell you it will be more. We are barely 2 years old. We will be 2 years, I think, in March. Our small business program is 6 months old. And we actually already have 17 awards. So I just want to tell you, we're moving at the speed of relevancy. We started ideating our small business program in March of last year. We worked with the NIH Seed Office, who was incredible, to help us get this going. I think Matt McMahon might be here, so thank you for all your help there. We worked with the NCI contracting shop to move things really quickly. We were able to get our solicitation out in June. We were able to get applications in July. We were able to fund things in September. So we were able to get once we got the applications, 2.5 months fund our awards. So it was really, really fast, which I think is really great for small businesses. And then we also, some of the things that Craig talked about, Patio is going to be really involved with our small business program. We're going to have our entrepreneur and residence program for our small businesses, but we also might be able to leverage the ARPANET for health. And I think that's really going to be a great opportunity for our small businesses to really break through those barriers that they typically have. Did I miss anything?
You're all good.
All right, cool. I don't know why this is blurry, but, oh, no, it's not. Okay. So I just want to give you a snapshot of what our 2023 solicitation awards are. These are only 9 of the 17 that we have. We had 9 awards. We also have 8 transition awards where we're co-funding things with NIH and DARPA. But I just wanted to give you a flavor of the topics that we solicited. Mind you, in March of last year, we had 3 program managers that were at ARPA-H. We now have almost 17. So we were very limited in the number of program managers that we had to ideate on the topic. So all these topics, 4 of them came from program managers. The last one came from the Patio office. So we were really excited to put that topic out. And these are the projects that we funded. And I just wanted to show you kind of the start of the geographic diversity. If I had the transition awards up here, we fill in a little bit more of the middle of the United States. We're hoping to fill up this entire map in the next few years. So we're relying on your community to spread the word about our small business program to make that happen. You can also see the diversity of the type of topics that we fund. It's not going to be set in stone. It's always going to evolve and change because it's program manager dependent. And last but not least, we have our next solicitation coming out. So please take out your phones, look at our website. We have the 6 topics already out on our website, as well as on the website for, I forget the name of the website for the government, but within the topics, there's about 2-sentence description of what those topics are. This actual solicitation will come out around January 22nd. You'll have 30 days for your proposals to come in. And then we will, just so you know, the way we expedite our review process, which I forgot to explain, is we only do government reviews. So only have government reviewers. We have 1 to 3 government reviewers review these proposals. It's very different than NIH. So that's how we can move at the speed of relevancy for our agency. Another thing I wanted to mention is, based on these topics, we have very big waiver budget caps. So typically you can fund about, I think it's about $200,000 for a phase 1, $2 million for a phase 2. Our phase 1 for 1 year is $600,000, and our phase 2 is $3.5 million. So we're trying to reduce those barriers for our small businesses so they have that non-dilutive capital to be able to move at the speed of relevancy for us. These were ideated by all 6 program managers. Take a look at them. One I really want to highlight is actually the one about the Lympho Lab Pro Discovery Kit. I believe there's only one lymphatic assay that is approved by the FDA. It's a very underfunded area. So we need you guys to reach out to your community to help support that particular topic, because we'd love to get a lot of applications in that area. That's all I have. Thank you guys for listening, and I don't know, Craig, if you want to finish up with anything?
Yeah, so just a couple things, and then I think we can take questions, right? So it is really cool to be here a year later, because again, when Renee and I were here last year, we were just saying, hey, we're gonna do these things. We've launched multiple programs, we've built multiple offices. I think there's 40 people in my transition office right now. We've launched a small business program in less than 2 months. We've made all of these awards. We have our Experts in Residence program is honestly one of our crown jewels. I mean, Jenica, you've just done such an amazing job bringing in people from the private sector to consult. It's one of the #1 things, just to tell you, that PMs tell me that they just appreciate being at ARPA-H is that they have this expertise that nowhere else in the government they would have access to. And so many of the PMs really they will attribute a lot of their success and their ability to launch quickly to the expertise that you've provided for folks. It was a really wonderful job. And then the other thing I would just say on the small business program, again, being really big in the human-centered design and also being the transition guy, we know that working with government can be hard, and so we made a very, very concerted effort to streamline the application process for this. Generally speaking, SBIRs can be tough, and so our solicitation, how much did we shrink it?
It's only about 20 pages, but that's because the government requires us to have some language in there. Yeah, I think we cut it down from like 100 pages, yeah. And also we only require, I think it's about 10 pages for your application. And again, we try to expedite the review process for you to make it really simple.
And in our next phase, so there'll be this version, we look to improve that user experience even more. So, we're really, not only do we want your community to submit to the actual SBIR program, we'd also really love to get to the point where we're getting your feedback on the best way to engage with us to really lower those barriers of entry so that, maybe folks, they can even use the same pitch deck that they use to go, raise around, use that to come get an SBIR award. So eventually we'll get there where we really make it as easy as possible for you.
Craig, can I add 2 things?
Please.
I just want to add 2 things real quick. When the solicitation comes out, read it. There's about a page or 2 that the program manager wrote. We only put out contracts for this solicitation. It is not grants. It is a contract. The program manager is very specific about what they want. Follow the instructions closely. If you're not getting exactly what they want, your application is less likely to be funded. So I really want, if out of anything, read the instructions, read exactly what the topic wants, and then also understand it's going to be very active management because it's a contract, it's not going to be a grant.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So we love to take some questions from all of you, if anyone has any. Not sure who has the mic, or there's one up there.
A question on the small business grants. VC-backed companies, is there a VC set aside like there is with NIH, or is it restricted to non-VC companies?
We don't have anything in our solicitation that prohibits you from that.
This question is from our funded companies. So if some of our funded companies have SBIRs from NIH, can we send them your way? Because these are contracts, right?
Yeah, you can send them their way. So some of the companies that we did fund in our first round have been funded by NIH. What we're looking for at ARPA-H is not an incremental change. We are looking for a revolutionary change. That is it's not a difference from NIH, but I just want to make that clear. Like, if you're just not getting funded by NIH, don't copy paste your application and send it to ARPA-H. We don't want to see that. We want to see you answer specifically to what we are asking within our solicitation. But yes, please do send them our way.
Yeah, and we have a really wonderful relationship with a lot of our NIH colleagues. And so just to sort of sing another beat on that, what we won't fund is like, hey, you're already being funded by NIH, and then sort of ARPA-H just sort of gets in on the train and like, oh, now we have multiple sort of lines of funding. We won't do that. It's really important for us to not be duplicative. But where we have, there are things that are too risky or kind of don't fit the business model for NIH, and a lot of times they'll push the stuff to us that way. And so it's a really like positive synergistic relationship because we have different missions. So yeah, so I think that's the best way to think about it. We won't duplicate, but we will sort of like take things on that NIH isn't willing to. Yeah, so I don't know if there's some mics too, so.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. So that's one of our programs. So we have.
Can you repeat the question because most of us didn't hear it?
Got it. So it is. So this is not my office. This is one of the funding opportunities, the large ones, from one of our program managers in the Resilient Systems office. So this is essentially coming up. Sorry, I'm just getting over a cold. Not sick, so if anyone's talking to me, I'm not going to get you sick. So this is essentially coming up with new economic models to drive innovation. So instead of, one, kind of like Jenica said on the SBIR, I encourage you to read the solicitation because I'm not going to explain this as well as Darshak, the program manager, can do. But essentially, it's kind of an incentive type play. There are a couple areas that he's interested in, and instead of predetermining what the particular technical solution is, what he's looking for is can we sort of let the market help us tell us what the most effective solution would be for that. So it's kind of like a value-based type of situation. So basically, I need you to lower rates of heart disease. I don't necessarily care how you do that, but I will pay you if you can demonstrate that outcome.
And I just wanted to add, Darshak does have one of the topics here is actually his. It's not tied to his program, but there could be a way to implement it into his program or a future one. So that would be the fully autonomous neonatal echocardiography one. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Yeah, Darshak, like many of our PMs, is just absolutely brilliant. So very much recommend you go to the ARPA-H website, look at the opportunity. It's a really creative thing that shows the broad aperture of the different types of programs that we have. So, the first program that we launched was, what if your bones could regrow themselves? Then we did precision surgical interventions, vaccines, and now we're doing something that's an economic play. It really gives you an idea of the wide cross-section of work that ARPA-H can do. Yes? Oh, that's a wonderful question. So yes, like if you're all familiar with the ARPA model, we do have what's called a broad agency announcement, open BAA. And what this is we recognize that we have, I think, 17 program managers now. They all have these wonderful ideas for things, but that's not all. They don't have a monopoly on all of the wonderful ideas out there. And so as kind of a catch-all, we have this open solicitation where if you have an idea that doesn't fit an existing program or fit our small business program, you can submit there. Typically at an ARPA, it's a small portion of our portfolio because everything has to be program manager driven. In our first year, a pretty big percentage of our work came from OpenBA just because we didn't have program managers on board to be able to run their programs. And so in the year 2, we'll probably do a significant number of OpenBAs again, but over time, that portfolio balance will flip a little bit, where we'll do less and less of OpenBA work and more of program work. That is to say, please go to our website. There is an OpenBAA. If you have an idea that doesn't fit an existing program, we will absolutely consider it. The one major caveat is that it has to really fit an existing program manager. We have our model requires this active program management, and you could have the greatest idea in the world, but if we don't have an individual who's technically capable of monitoring that and really providing the guidance that we won't be able to fund it. So there are many great ideas that we can't fund just because we don't have the sort of technical expertise. But if there is a match, we've been funding them. Oh, sorry, got another one. Go ahead.
Yeah, and absolutely, and congratulations on your award. I'm so excited you're here. So we are currently in the process of pairing up every single company with an EIR. We're doing our next round when I get back into the office, so you will be in touch with our my staff to be able to do that. So stay tuned for that. And then if you have ideas, we'd love to sit down with you to see what would benefit you as a company to make sure that you guys are being successful. So absolutely, we don't want to. We want to make sure that we are working with our companies. So let's have a chat when we get back from JPM. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah. Can I actually add to that? Because first of all, thank you, and that is amazing. We are very much iterative type of folks. One of the ways that we were able to move so fast, again, last year I was here with Renee, we didn't have anything built, and we built all this stuff. It's because we listened to folks. And so point one, like Jenica said, we'll be in touch, and we really want your ideas. Point number two, something that's really attractive about our small business program is Jenica's services. So the same things that we give to program managers in the large programs, we will give to our small business companies. Again, it has to sort of match, so it's not like we're just going to throw it, but it's not necessarily something that is going to come out of your pocketbook. And so these are additional services over and above just the funding, and also access to the network that we're building. We think it's going to be a huge value add to the community to not just get ARPA's funding, but also get that active program management and then get access to the services that Jenica has. So it really is very valuable from a lot of ways to do business with us. So we look forward to doing it. Yeah, yeah, please.
In terms of technology innovation, is that what you mean? Yeah. Yeah, I think match as best as you can, right? I can't give you a particular percentage. It's really, this is going to be the program manager's decision, and you're going to have to see. I would recommend you looking at the topic, go back to our website, look at the person too. So I can tell you each person that if you reach out to SBIR@arph.gov, we can tell you who the program manager is. Don't reach out to the program manager because it's an active solicitation, but learn who they are, because I think that'll give you a better sense. And but I want you to make sure that you are leaning in on your innovation and yourself and how you can match. But don't. I can't give you a particular percentage of how it's going to match, but try to match it to the best of your ability.
Yeah, and if I could, let me hum another bar on that because I think it's useful. It's a big differentiator between our small business program and maybe some others. We have active program management, and we also have very real and meaningful negotiations. Not that they don't happen otherwise, but I mean this in a very specific way. I mean that in the sense that we're not going to just make it like a grant where we take somebody's solution as is and just say like, all right, let's rock and roll. What's going to end up happening is there's going to be a dialogue and a back and forth to make sure that whatever the solution is then tailored to the program manager. So it's again not a worse interaction. It's just a very different interaction than a lot of other SBIR programs. And so a 70% match, if you ended there, probably wouldn't be enough. You probably need to end up at 100%, but your going in position doesn't need to be 100% because there will be a negotiation process, if that makes sense.
And that actually happened this round where someone was like, I really love this application, but I need this, this, and this. And we got that, and that in the negotiations, as an example. Yeah.
1 minute?
One more minute. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
1 minute.
We don't do grants. The only grants that we have in the small business program is transition awards, and that is with NIH and DARPA. But we do not, for any solicitation, our open BAA, our programs, and our small business program will be contracts.
Well, we just mentioned like the Heroes program, the programmatic work, open BAA work.
Yeah. So when the program manager comes in, they launch large programs. So they get, a chunk of change, $100 to $150 million to run that program. That's where the bulk of our money is going. For the small business program, we have to spend at least 3.65% of our R&D funds for that. Yeah. Yes, if you want to become a program manager, reach out to us. We are actively always hiring.
And in my office, something very exciting, we are going to hire our first patio program managers. So this is actually very, very relevant for this community. So if you have an idea of how there's some business element or some market element could be done better in the government, and you have a burning idea that's not necessarily scientific in the sense of like our other mission offices. If you have like, oh wow, the market should operate like this, we'd be willing to consider that in my office as well. So there's going to be, like mentioning to the Darshak program a second ago, the breadth of programs that we have are going to be really, really, really tremendous. So,
We have to wrap it up.
all right, I think we're done.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig and Jenica. We will shortly begin a presentation about FreeMind's new AI suite of tools. Hi. I'd like now to introduce Eyal Ronen, our Chief Business Officer, to talk about our exciting new AI-powered grant writing support. It's something we've been working on, and it's really interesting to see.
So lunch will be served after my presentation. So no questions. We'll go quickly. No, I'm just kidding. All the folks speaking inside, could we? Thank you. Appreciate it. Great. So FreeMind helps companies win grants, right? We go through a very methodical approach. I'm not going to go into any detail right now, but the point is that we're constantly innovating. We're constantly thinking of ways to improve the offering. And the next step, and the most logical next step, is AI. Thank you. Great. So what I'm going to share with you today is the advances that we've made in this suite of tools, AI tools. They're there to support the preparation of grants. That's the bottom line. So according to Harvard Business Review, they claim that AI will not replace humans, but rather humans with AI will replace humans without AI. We're not concerned for the profession or any other profession. AI is here to stay. It is everywhere. Every single profession is thinking, oh gosh, what are we going to do about AI? It's going to take our jobs, but that's not reality. In reality, history has shown us that every incremental improvement or every even revolutionary improvement just creates more jobs, creates more value, and that's what I'm going to show you here, exactly how we're going to take advantage of that. So what are we doing? First of all, we want to take advantage of this revolution. It's definitely one of the most, or the most exciting thing that happened this year. And the idea is to propel grant writing support to all new heights. However, and here's the problem, since AI exploded into our lives, there are some concerns. First of all, security. You don't know what data sources are used in the response that you get from the prompt that you stick into ChatGPT. You have no clue if it is correct. And the output accuracy also remains a challenge. So what we're doing is, or what we wanted to do, is create a dedicated system that was trained on our data set and that is secure. And one of the main feedback we got from experts that we spoke to and brought on board to help us with this endeavor is that publicly accessible large language models, LLMs, are not secure. And I cannot stress this enough. If you put in your textual description, IP, confidentiality in ChatGPT, it may end up elsewhere. All of our experts have told us this, and also clients that we surveyed said they really, really rather we don't do that. We never did. We prevented anyone from using ChatGPT or any other, BARDA or any of those, until we did the following. So the first thing we did was build a 100% secure closed system, Gen AI system, that is used internally. Right now it's only internal facing. Actually, all the tools I'm going to show you are internal facing. Maybe one day we'll set them free, but for now it's for our own internal use. Completely protects IP, confidentiality, and all the queries remain inside the closed system. And it uses GPT-4, it uses BARD, it uses a number of other tools, such as uploading documents, Excel files, really very nice tools that we started to use internally. So this is the day-to-day, the ongoing, I just need something, and stick it in there and get a reply. However, the tools I want to show you are a little more complex than that. The number one reason, and we know this, we talk to companies all the time. I'm in the business side, I talk to companies, I meet them, yes, we're going to do it. I meet them a year later, shoot, we didn't do it. Okay, the number one reason companies do not submit grants is bandwidth. It's tedious, it takes time, it takes an effort. And we're going to try, using these tools that I'm going to show you right now, shift the burden as much as we can. As a rule of thumb, we're always saying we do as much as we can for our client. However, it's a joint process. We cannot write science out of thin air. So we're trying right now to shift that burden from the client side as much as we can to our side. So, suite of tools. I'll show you the first ones that we've deployed. The idea is to support the entire preparation applications, A to Z solution for each line item. First and foremost, strategy. That's, believe it or not, one of the easier programs. Why? It's all in the public domain. There are no secrets. Okay, you go to the NIH website, you search any information available in the public domain. We have access to that. So the first thing is identification of, well, first of all, defining pipeline projects, identification of funding opportunities, ranking those funding opportunities, and I'll show you that shortly. And of course, devising a granting strategy. Second, every item in the application, we'll create a dedicated tool for each one of those, helping us prepare. And finally, and this is one of the more exciting ones, I think, is a question of validation. And what do I mean by that? We took roughly 5,000 submissions internally, great large data set, and trained this large language model, essentially knowing what worked, what didn't work, and corresponding reviews, of course, and corresponding scores. Okay, so theoretically, we already have folks working on this, and we know it's going to work, is that we take a finalized product and ask it, hey, what is, is this a good final product? And that's the validation I'm talking about. And when we do this, we can find potential pitfalls. We can correct those pitfalls before submission. If a company maybe submitted or wants to submit something, and we could stick it in there and see what the anticipated result will be. And that's something that's a little more forward-thinking, but something we're definitely working on. So this is just an example of the list of items that we're going to address. For example, I mentioned devising a granting strategy. Research approach, that's the heart of the application. It is broken down into various bits. So addressing the significance, the innovation, helping write the specific aims, and so on. Biosketches, the CV, each key person, each personnel has to show. I'm going to show you how that's going to work. That's actually really cool. Aims, budget justification. You take an Excel, you take a finalized budget, you put it in there, and you get the justification out the other end, as an example. And resource, and once again, I'm not going to go into all of these, and so on and so forth. Once again, every single item, including for non-NIH, so BARDA programs, Department of Defense, CDMRPs, all of those. So we're going to address the full list. But I think if anything, this is really the take-home message. Sure, we're going to use AI. We're going to generate text. We've trained, while created by large language models, has to be validated by professionals. ChatGPT spews out a lot of nonsense, okay? You've all seen it. I'm sure you've all played around with it. Every single word that it will be written in the application will be validated by our professionals, and that's key to understand. So the first three tools I'll share with you, and we've already deployed them to an extent. First one is search. Identification of funding opportunities with a corresponding rank for each funding opportunity. Biosketches, really cool. I'll show you that. With a click of a button, we can create a biosketch. And finally, various documents, specific aims, abstract, and the project narrative. So first and foremost, we're going to let AI search for funding opportunities. The sources that we use are the World Wide Web that has all the information there available, our own data set that data set knows that this type of title program used this type of funding opportunity, this is the funding level, etc. NIH website, of course, searching for funding opportunities. We upload a project table, maybe summarizing that, what projects we want to use. And actually also interesting, the NIH reporter, we will reverse engineer so we can look at what was awarded and then say, okay, that award used that solicitation. And all of this feeds into the AI and generates the initial list of funding opportunities with a rank. So that rank, we know, if it's a 90% fit, that's a good rank. And finally, we'll create a granting strategy that will be validated by our professionals. So here, this is what it looks like. Start a new search. We upload a project. This is an example. It could be free text as well. Pipeline project number 1 is a novel CAR T therapy for, I don't know, oncology something or other. But here in this case, I'll show you that we upload a project table that summarizes the various pipeline projects. It's just an example. It's random. We generated. It's not a real project table. And then finally, we get the list of pipeline projects, which we can edit, make sure that it is correct, that the wording is correct, because remember the AI generated this based on what we uploaded, and save it, make some changes, and finally, we run the search. Works for a few seconds and starts and provides a list of funding opportunities for each pipeline project. Once again, these are just examples. So here you can see on the left-hand side, you can see the rank is 90%. If you click on it, it explains to you why is it 90%, why would it be 10%, and so on. And finally, we download the list of funding opportunities. Our strategists, of course, review this, make sure it's correct, and then they generate the granting strategy. By the way, that's done in our shared workspace through Microsoft SharePoint, so the client can see the Gantt chart, what exactly we're going to submit at what time point. It's all digitized. Great. So building a biosketch. building a biosketch, we know, takes a couple of hours. Why? First of all, what are the sources? The sources are CV that we request from our clients, PubMed, list of publications. We can look on LinkedIn to see when they started the different positions, the patents, list of patents, and anything on the web. For example, it could be a website where the individual is listed. Roughly 50% of the effort in these 2 hours goes to the contribution to science. Why? Because you have to take publications, 5, maybe 10 different publications, and condense it into a summary that describes why this individual or what this individual has done for the sake of humanity. It takes time. Same for their personal statement. What is their role in the grant? What will they do on the grant? And then there's a lot of copy pasting, yada yada, and that once again takes a couple of hours. We think, or we know rather, that using these sources, we can bring that down to a good 5-10 minutes. Think about that. How does it look? We start with LinkedIn. Okay, that's just an example with one of our client strategists. Plug in their name on LinkedIn, find them. By the way, if there are many John Smiths, Smithai? Smith? No. You can select the correct one and add them to the list. Add their CV as well. See it like that. And then the AI identifies all their publications within PubMed. Maybe if they have some patents, you can select the relevant publications. Maybe some publications are not relevant. Maybe they're too old. Maybe we'll select the very new ones as an example. And then magic. We get the initial biosketch. This can be edited on the right-hand side, or, and this is the fun part, we can use prompts. What does that look like? Let's say we'll read the personal statement. We think, well, maybe it requires a little bit of massaging. So we can ask the AI to rewrite the personal statement to better emphasize maybe the significance of individuals' contribution to science and how it's related to the program that they're working on. So we use the prompt, generates it again, and we get a new personal statement. Of course, we validate it, we read it, make sure it's correct, and we download, and that's the outcome. 2 hours down to 5 to 10 minutes. Exciting stuff. Next, creating aims and abstract and narrative out of the research approach. Today, what we do is we finish the research approach towards the end of the process before submission. We take the research approach, narrow it down, break it up, fold it, and we turn it into a one-page specific aim document, which, as anyone who's ever done an NIH program knows, that is required. Then change the specific aims into an abstract, and then the abstract, a 30-line abstract, and then the abstract turns into a project narrative, short and sweet, and that's what's submitted. This process takes about 4 to 5 hours. What we're doing here with the AI is reducing it to, I would say, about 30 minutes, because it does require reading it and making sure it's correct. So here's an example. A new project, we drop in the research approach. Looks like that. Click it. Takes a few seconds, and out the other end comes specific aims, abstract, and narrative. Of course, we can make edits, make sure it's correct, and the fun part here, similar to the biosketch, is that we can use prompts. We can say, well, why don't you go ahead and rewrite the abstract, maybe to put more emphasis on the significance and how this project is going to solve humanity's ailments. So we add that and let it run again, and we get the updated abstract. Once again, requires validation on our side. Great. So just to summarize for you, we started. Oh, is that the end of the? Never mind. In summary, we started with a secure ChatGPT that we use regularly. It's a closed system, completely confidential, IP is protected, and it's, like I said, for internal use only. Second is searching for funding opportunities. We use whatever's out there in the public domain and identify the funding opportunities with a rank, which helps us prioritize. We trained an LLM, a large language model, on our data set and are creating tools, specific AI tools for each line item in the application. And finally, we're going to use that to predict potential outcome. Now, of course, that's not foolproof. It just gives you, at the end of the day, I'm sure you all know, large language models are pure statistics. It's what is the most probable next word, right? So this is also statistics. What is the probability that what we wrote here will score well following the review process based on those 5,000 submissions that we did, we showed it earlier. And I'll end with this quote. In a world where ChatGPT and other AI apps can do many things that humans once needed to do themselves or needed to hire humans to do, the question of how will I add value becomes more relevant than ever. And that is what drives us and has been driving us year over year over year. Every time we think, what can we do better? How can we provide more value? And this is definitely something that is revolutionizing, I think, the world, and definitely is impacting our profession, and we're loving it. It's really going to add, like I said, a lot of value. We think we can provide output much faster. We can help companies focus on the heart of the application, which is the research approach, and not read through publications and what have you. We think we can do more. Remember, I told you, number one reason organizations do not submit is because of bandwidth. So we think that using these tools, we can have companies submit more applications. More applications always means, statistically speaking, more awards. And that's really what we're trying to do. This year, we're fortunate to help companies win roughly $100 million. It's been a great year. I don't think there are many VCs that can say they helped infuse $100 million into the ecosystem, so we're super proud of that, and very proud of our clients. Today you heard 5 of those, or you've heard 3, excuse me, and you see these are all great companies. That is it. Thank you very much. Lunch is served.
Hi, everyone. We're going to continue with the presentations. I hope everyone had an enjoyable lunch and managed to get a fruit cup before they ran out. Our next speaker, Andy Lee, is the Director and Chief Operating Officer of Vincere Biosciences, another of our FreeMind elite companies. He brings a unique blend of expertise to the fight against age-related decline. He is a co-inventor on several granted and pending patents in biological simulation and small molecule mitophagy enhancers. And with over 2 decades of software and business experience across various industries, Andy adeptly applies systems engineering to complex biological and business challenges. His focus on partnering strategic partnerships is key to accelerating the development of treatments aimed at improving and extending human health. And as I was just speaking to him, Vincere is a very ambitious company that submits a lot, and they win as well. Andy, please.
All right, so I'd like to start by thanking FreeMind for hosting this great event and inviting us to speak. If you take away one thing from my talk today, I want it to be an understanding that increasing mitophagy can conquer many diseases. So our journey in drug discovery probably looks familiar to a lot of you, where you start with an idea and you develop through development candidate to the clinic, and ultimately one day we hope to therapeutics that can help patients. And throughout this path, there are many diverse funding opportunities, sources that you can leverage. At the earliest stages, particularly grants are a big part of this. The other area are investors, but I think particularly you have to focus on mission-aligned investors, particularly angel investors are a good source here, who really want to see what you're developing make it into human use. As you start to get closer to the clinic and moving through toward products, then you have a good thing that you can take to institutional VCs, maybe start to partner with pharmas, and ultimately public market investors. So non-dilutive funding has been a big part of our strategy at Vincere. We have multiple grants, over $2.7 million in our first few years of life as a company, from multiple NIH institutes, as well as the Michael J. Fox Foundation. FreeMind Group has, of course, been very helpful in accelerating our pace of submission on this. As you all know, the funding rates on grants are 15 to 20%, maybe, right? And so if you want to get funded, you have to put in a lot of them, and they have to be very high quality. The other area of non-dilutive funding that I would encourage everybody to think about are pharmas. We've had cash and in-kind support from Johnson & Johnson and Bristol Myers Squibb, including funding our bench space at Lab Central in Kendall Square. So those are great opportunities that, in both cases, with these grants, give you not just cash, but also some great feedback from opinion leaders in the field, and can also help to kind of build the relationships early that will give you partnerships down the road. So I want to talk a little bit about the work that we do at Vincere. We know that damaged mitochondria lead to age-related decline in many contexts. There are a lot of things that can cause mitochondrial damage, and when this happens, your cells normally are able to package those up for recycling through mitophagy, and when that doesn't happen, you get reactive oxygen species, inflammation, and other things that lead to aging and cell death. So we've developed molecules now that can accelerate this process of mitophagy and bring the cells and tissue back to a healthy state. This is particularly important for Parkinson's disease, where there are 4 key lines of evidence that tell us this is a good therapeutic strategy. First and foremost, human genetics, about half of the mutations that cause Parkinson's are directly in this mitophagy pathway. When you look at tissues from sporadic Parkinson's, again, you see markers of deficient mitophagy. And then in animal models, if you increase mitophagy, you can protect in the model of disease. And in our computer simulations of human tissues, we also see that increasing mitophagy is protective. Mitophagy, mitochondria being the powerhouse of the cell in all of your tissues everywhere, it's maybe not surprising that this has application to other energetically demanding tissues. And one we're particularly interested in is acute kidney injury, which provides potentially a faster path to human proof of concept. And here again, there are a lot of ways you can damage your kidneys. And when you do, if the tissue has sufficient levels of mitophagy, then you recover and go back to normal health. But if that mitophagy process is deficient, then you progress through damage and to kidney failure. Beyond Parkinson's, AKI itself is a fairly large market, 10 million hospitalizations in the US each year and growing rapidly. So with all of that evidence, we've now developed small molecules that can increase this mitophagy process. When there's mitochondrial damage, which is indicated here with the dotted line, from something like CCCP as a toxin, the cells naturally increase this process. But if you apply our molecule, then you get a really robust dose-dependent increase on top of that. If there's not mitochondrial damage, the molecules are relatively inert, which we think is a great safety signal for these molecules. They're not just rampantly clearing mitochondria, they're preferentially clearing damaged mitochondria. In vivo, we've been able to measure mitophagy as well using two really cool new transgenic mouse lines, MitoQC and MTKema. Both of these have fluorescent mitochondria that are green normally and then flip to red when they go inside the acidic lysosome. So using this, we've demonstrated that our molecules get into the brains of mice and increase mitophagy in the brains of mice. The amount of mitophagy that we see with our molecules is very similar to what David Simon's group at Harvard published just last month in Nature Communications. And that level of mitophagy was able to protect in an alpha-synuclein model of Parkinson's disease. On the left with neurodegeneration, loss of Th-positive neurons, and on the right with alpha-synuclein pathology. So this was a really nice validation of the approach for Parkinson's that was using USP30 knockout, and our molecules selectively inhibit USP30. With kidney, there have been a lot of literature publications showing that deficient mitophagy is deleterious, but none showing that increased mitophagy is protective. So we're excited to have our own data, as of yet unpublished, but hopefully we'll get out sometime soon, showing that our molecules are protective here in a rhabdomyolysis model of injury, where you see increased blood biomarkers of BUN and creatinine, as well as kidney changes with KIM1 and histopathology, all of which are higher in the disease state and then reduced when you treat with our molecule. This was pre-treatment, but we also wanted to show that our molecules could accelerate recovery if given after the injury, which is more clinically likely scenario. So here you see on the x-axis days since injury, and then those same blood biomarkers of injury. On day one, you get large injury in both of those in the red line. And then right after taking that blood point, we treated with our molecule, and you see a greatly accelerated recovery with our molecule. Looking at a more chronic model of kidney injury, here dosing with cisplatin, which is a common chemotherapy agent, which is known to accelerate aging and cause kidney damage, as seen here with the increasing BUN levels. If you treat with our molecule weekly, just after each of the cisplatin treatments, we're able to keep those kidney levels at a normal functioning state. So we think all of that gives us a great rationale to take this forward for kidney injury, as well as with Parkinson's disease. So having protection from one mechanism in the brain and the kidney, we get a lot of surprise on that, why we're looking at two different therapeutic areas as one company. But I think the key here is dysfunctional mitochondria is a hallmark of aging. So it's maybe not surprising that you see everything start to go wrong and that this mechanism can be broadly protective. And indeed, In the literature, you can see if you increase mitophagy at the top through overexpression of parkin, and at the bottom through urolithin A, which is a molecule purported to increase mitophagy, you can extend lifespan of flies and mice. We're also happy to see a growing amount of evidence for this target within the field. When we prioritized the target, there were 20 publications in the world naming USP30 at all. And these 6 publications came out in the last quarter showing USP30 involvement in a variety of diseases, from Alzheimer's to brain injury to muscle failure. So excited to have now well-optimized molecules ready to go into the clinic. We have 2 classes of molecules, some that are brain penetrant and optimizing towards CNS indications, as well as others that are peripherally restricted that would be good candidates for cardiorenal and others, and then a few other programs behind that. So overall, we have this great momentum now leading into the clinic. We've had great support from the granting agencies as well as early stage investors, including FreeMind Investments, who have been helpful in both funding and helping with some other introductions. And we stand now ready to go into the clinic with a really exciting new mechanism. That I'd like to acknowledge our growing Boston team of scientists that are doing some of the basic biology work, as well as academic collaborators who help to provide some of the data that we generated here, as well as the funders who, of course, we couldn't do any of this without. Yeah, absolutely. We've, right now we're keen to get through the safety work to get into human use, but we're also talking with groups like Marnie Falk at CHOP, who works with a lot of exactly those sets of patients with the link between mitochondria and pediatric rare disease. I think there's a great opportunity to test these in N of 1 trials so that you can, exactly, huge unmet need, yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Our next speaker is the Director of Investor Relations at the National Cancer Institute. Brittany Connors serves as the Director for the National Cancer Institute's Small Business Innovation Research Development Center, the NCI-SBIR, which provides federal research and development funding and commercialization resources to over 400 small businesses developing novel technologies to prevent, diagnose, and treat cancer each year. Since 2013, she has had major roles in the center's Investor Initiatives program. She has maintained a vast contact network and recruits more than 70 industry-leading investors and strategics, annually to review the NCI-SBIR portfolio and to select companies to attend and pitch at industry events across the country, some of which took place this week, like the Resi Conference, the Biotech Showcase, and others. Ms. Connors, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here, FreeMind. I'm looking forward to telling you about our program. I am the Director of Investor Relations, which I'll get to later in the presentation. First and foremost, I would like to just tell you about our program in general and all of the funding that we have available to oncology startups. All right, so just to go over the SBIR programs in general at NIH, there's 27 institutes at NIH. 24 of them have the SBIR and STTR programs. And what that means, so any federal agency that has an extramural R&D budget of over 100 million is mandated to have an SBIR program. And then those agencies with the budget of over $1 billion are mandated to have the STTR program. And so you can see here, this was our budget for the last fiscal year, right around 203 million for our program alone. At NIH for these programs, it was 1.3 billion. And so this is funding, really is where kind of like the seed funding that a lot of people kind of require at this moment. To be eligible for our program, you must be a small business concern based in the United States. You have to be more than 50% owned by U.S. individuals and independently operated. And you have to have 500 or fewer employees, which is typically not an issue at all for the startups that we fund. The award is always made to the small business. So why seek funding? Number one, it provides seed funding for your technology, and especially in the funding times like right now, I think it's extremely important. And this is not a loan. This is completely non-dilutive. We don't expect any kind of repayment. The IP stays with the company. So it truly is just money for your company. It also provides recognition and visibility. You go through a peer review process. So when you are going out and seeking additional funding, you can really, say that you've received these grants, which have been validated by the NIH peer review process. So yeah, it helps attract additional funding. And so for our program, these are our phases, and these are not to be confused with the clinical phases. These are just truly funding phases. So our phase one is up to $400,000 for proof of concept work for projects that will last anywhere from 6 to 12 months. Our phase two goes up to $2 million. And these are projects for around 2 years. And with those projects, you're required to submit a commercialization plan. And this is really just to further your R&D. We have a phase 2B bridge award, which it's actually $4.5 million now. And you're required to get matching funds. And if you have a phase 2 SBIR award from any other department, but you have an oncology application, you can still apply to our phase 2B bridge award. So you don't necessarily have to have the phase 2 with our program. And then phase 3, you're expected to use non-SBIR funds for commercialization. And then we also have the direct to phase 2. If you already have some of that proof of concept data and you're a little bit farther along, you can come in through the direct to phase 2 route. The application for that is quite a bit more dense. And then we have a fast track application where it would combine the phase 1 and phase 2. And the benefit of that is it cuts down on the time in the middle to get the funding. Traditionally, from time of application to award, it's around 6 to 8 months. And so if you're able to submit a successful fast track, you won't have to wait. You won't have to apply for the phase 2 and then wait that additional time to actually get the money in your hands. So the critical differences between SBIR and STTR. So STTR is really focused on having institutional partners, universities. SBIR allows them, but they're not required. For SBIR, you may outsource around 33% of your phase 1 activities and 50% of your phase 2 activities. For STTR, 40% of the work minimum should be conducted by your business, and 30% should be conducted by your research institution partner. And then I think one of the biggest things is your PI's primary employment for an SBIR has to be with the business. For STTR, it's really just 10% can be to the business, so they're really allowed to stay in their primary appointment with the institution. This is just an overview of our portfolio, and if you're interested, I can send you another slide that breaks this down even more. But we fund a majority therapeutics, but it's really anything that touches cancer, devices, diagnostics, digital health. We're seeing more and more, and at any given time, we're funding around 450 projects. 80% of our projects are grants and 14% are contracts. And then, I don't know where that went back. So right now I'll just go over a little bit in detail about our funding opportunities. So we can start with going over the difference of grants versus contracts. So one of our biggest funding mechanism is through the omnibus solicitation, which is the investigator-defined award. So 3 times a year, January 5th, April 5th, and September 5th, you would submit your application. It is truly defined by you. However you are treating cancer, whatever kind of technology you're using, that is what you would submit. And then this is reviewed by the Center for Scientific Review. And then I would say number one, to get started with this process is to reach out to a program officer in our office, because they will really help you, guide you through this process of applying for a grant. And so once you apply, you'll go through the peer review that I mentioned. For your reports, you just do a final report at the end of your phases. And then the contracts, so these only come out once a year, and these are defined by the NIH. So we go to other divisions within NCI and talk to them about, what they think is needed in their specific areas of expertise. This goes through a whole process, and then we come up with a list of, I think this past year it was maybe 14 contract topics, and I'll show an example of those in a minute, that you can apply to if your technology happens to fit into that certain topic area. And so again, that's only once per year. It's a lot more oversight. You have quarterly presentations and final reports. You aren't really allowed to interact with our program officers on the same level, and you'll be contacting the contracting officer within the Division of Extramural Affairs. So this is just a list of our current funding opportunities. Like I said, the omnibus solicitation is really our main one. We also have a lot of notices of special interest, and these are all listed on our website, and they'll change from time to time. So we have one that is for technologies for low resource settings. So these are really just ones that we are hoping to see more applications come from. So when you apply through the omnibus, you would just mention that you're applying with the NOCI. We also have the ones toward the bottom. I'll go into more detail in a second, but we have a lot of really cool new programs, like the Small Business Transition Grant and our Innovative Concept Award, and then I mentioned our Bridge Award and our contracts. So our Small Business Transition Grant, this is a newer program. This was kind of modeled after the K99R00 award. And so instead of we really see the gap of postdocs going that academic path, but we were seeing that, there really isn't a way for them to start on their entrepreneur path if they were wanting to take their technology outside of the university. So we created this Small Business Transition Grant, which is a fast track mechanism, STTR, that will then transition to a phase 2 SBIR. And for the phase 1, the postdoc would stay with their institution for about a year. They have to have a business and technical mentor, and then they're required to go through the NIH I-Corps program, which I'll talk about later. So the PI is really prepping their technology and then transitioning it out into a small business. And so once they move to the small business, the mentoring still continues, and then they're awarded that $2 million award. And our program director for that program is down here, Saroj Regmi. So if you're interested in that, please introduce yourself to him. Next, we have our Small Business Concept Award. So this is a phase 1 contract. And this is to fund really out-of-the-box ideas for treating rare and pediatric cancers. Little data, if any, is required for this award. You submit a white paper, and then you're invited to submit a full application, and the application is much shorter than your traditional grant application. And so if you are awarded a concept award, you're expected to go through the I-Corps program with this as well. And a lot of these programs are currently closed, but I think they'll open around the summertime with end of summer, fall due date. And then again, our Phase 2B Bridge Award is $4.5 million. Like I said, you're expected to raise third-party matching funds, and this is really beneficial if you're going out and trying to get other funding, because you can say, hey, look, I have this award from NCI, you can put in the same amount and get way more bang for your buck. And so the success we've seen with this program is that Bridge Award recipients have leveraged $65 million in NCI funding with $358 million in follow-on funding. So that's really a 5-to-1 match, which is really, really good to see for us. And the sport has resulted in 17 clinical trials, 19 product launches, and then, as you can see, more wonderful things. So this is a really great program. It was previously a $4 million award, and it has kind of continually increased and now is at that $4.5 million. This is an example of the last fiscal year's contract topics. So the ones that come out this year will not be the same. They might be similar, but this is just an example of what will come out, and then you would apply to the specific area that matches what you're doing. And then we have some supplemental awards. So once you're already funded, you can apply for an administrative supplement for unforeseen, circumstances and support that you would need. This just goes through our programmatic review, and once you're assigned a program officer, you would just talk to them about needing an administrative supplement. You have to have an active award, and it's kind of a rolling basis. So if you do have an award and this is something you're interested in, just check with your program officer. And then we have a diversity supplement. So it's really to improve the diversity of the research workforce by recruiting students, postdocs, fellows, et cetera, into the small businesses. And so the budgets are limited to no more than the amount of the current parent award and must reflect the actual needs of the project. Again, we recommend you check with your program officer if this is something you're interested in, and then this again goes through review within our program and our office. And then the last one is the commercialization readiness pilot, and so these have that same 3 deadlines. And this is $250,000 to have that additional help with regulatory support, reimbursement, or your IP strategy. And so you must have an active Phase 2 or Phase 2B for this additional money. And again, talk with your program officer. And then this goes through a little bit more peer review. So it's a little bit more competitive, but to get that money as you're getting farther along in the commercialization journey is really critical. This is one of our success stories. So we funded Immunomedics back in 2012. And they used the money to fund their first in-human trial of Trodelvy, and then it was approved by the FDA in 2020, and then in 2020 as well, Gilead acquired the company for $21 billion. And so it's just great to see these stories come out. Obviously, it takes some time, but we're really proud when these kinds of stories happen. And so to get started with the funding side, we recommend that you read the solicitation you're interested in. There's something called the SF-424 that you can go through to understand the requirements. It's all very dense and very long information. So again, reach out to me, reach out to Saroj, and we can connect you with the appropriate program director in our office. We have, I think, 12 of them, and they all have different areas of expertise. And our office solely focuses on SBIR and STTR projects. So we're the only centrally managed SBIR STTR program at the NIH. And then you can look at similar projects through NIH Reporter. You can just type that into Google, and you'll be able to search a database of companies similar to yours, and you can see how they wrote some of their application. And then we have sample applications, and I believe we're getting new ones soon. So you can go to those links. And then we have the peer learning and networking program, which I will talk about in just a second. And so assistance and initiatives. So we provide funding, obviously, but we also have developed a suite of programs to really help and all of the other business and commercialization areas that our companies and even companies that haven't applied will need. And so throughout our phases, we have applied different programs that really help with the needs that you have during those phases. And so first we have the plan webinar series that I just mentioned. And so this is really an opportunity to learn from your peers that have been through this process and had success. So we've had ones on first steps to starting a small business. We just had keys to a successful IND submission. And so what you would do, we usually have around 4 speakers. They submit a 10-minute video just talking about their experience in these areas. We post those on our website. You can go watch them. And then we have a scheduled 1-hour webinar with them where you're just allowed to ask them questions and pick their brains a little bit further. And then we have the NIH Applicant Assistance Program. So this was really created to help people apply for our program, people who have never won or applied for SBIR, STTR awards. And we really, the outreach for this, we really want to encourage businesses that are owned and run by women, racial and ethnic groups that are traditionally underrepresented in biomedical research, and those from socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds, and then the 20 or so NIH idea states. And so this is a 10-week program that provides you a mentor who will really walk you through this process. The whole grant writing process is extremely tedious, so this is great to have a mentor to help you along the way. And so these kind of run up to our omnibus deadline. So if you're thinking of applying in September, for example, there would be a program a few months ahead of that, and then it would line up with when you're hoping to submit. And so you would have a one-on-one weekly mentoring. They would review your entire application with you and give you guidance, but they will not write your grant for you. They're just there to guide you. And then we have I-Corps at NIH. This was a program that was modeled after the NSF I-Corps, but our office started it within NIH. So now 24 institutes participate along with the CDC. And this is really an intensive entrepreneurial boot camp where you are expected to just really flesh out your business strategy. You're expected to conduct at least 100 interviews in the 8 weeks. And you really, it's experiential learning. You really want to see if your ideas are going in the direction where they should be going. And it's a 3-member team when you sign up. And this is for phase 1 awardees, by the way. And so you have the PI, an industry expert, and then a C-level officer. And then this is what I focus a lot of my time on. So we really, we know that, having almost $7 million for one project through non-dilutive funding is pretty great. And we fund projects, by the way, so you can have multiple grants at once. But just for one project, you can get around $7 million. So that's wonderful, but at the same time, it's not enough. And so we really want to try to help our portfolio connect with the investment community. And so we've been networking for 15 years now and have a list of around 400 industry-leading investors and strategic partners that we pull from every year to review our portfolio. And that's kind of what I'll focus on today. We also do pitch events, one-off pitch events, and we work with some pharma companies to do mentoring days. But I'll focus on our portfolio showcase program. So once a year, if you are in our portfolio, either a current awardee or if you've been awarded in the past few years, you're eligible to apply for this. It's about a 7-page application, and it's just everything you would put in a traditional pitch deck. I then go and recruit around 70 people from our investor network to come and review those applications. Your application will be reviewed by around 5 to 7 people with specific interest in your technology area. And I think that's really important because we have seen deals come from just the review. And so it's really, really cool. Even if you aren't selected for the program, you get all of the feedback from your reviewers. So that's a benefit for everybody. We usually receive around 100 applications from our portfolio, and then we, out of that, select 30 to about 40 now, with stage and technology appropriate events like Resi, Bio, Precision Medicine World Conference, and just all of the big industry events. We'll pay for you to go present, we'll help you prep with networking, we'll help pitch coach you. And then now a new thing is for some companies that, as we're walking through the review process, we hear a lot of comments that, this company could use this kind of mentoring, and then they might be ready to go out and pitch. And so we are now funneling some of those companies into another program that I'll talk about, a mentoring program that we have, so they can hopefully then get that mentoring needed to reapply and then hopefully be successful in the future. And then, we also develop an investor book. I have one somewhere if you're interested in looking at it, with all of the executive summaries of the selected companies. And then, as I'm traveling, as other people in our office are traveling over that next year, we're meeting, people in our network, new people that are coming into our network, and we're really showcasing those companies. But even if you're in our portfolio and you aren't a part of this program, we're sending out our entire portfolio to our network all the time. And so, as a government official, I can't be going out directly to the investor and giving them a specific company. We have to be equal to every company in our portfolio. So through those materials, we'll get a lot of requests for an introduction, and at that time, I can make that introduction. This is a timeline of the program. If you are an awardee, the application will be coming out, I think, around the 25th of this month. And then we have a review, and that ends in, actually, we have a big Zoom call with our reviewers to go into some more details for certain companies. And then once selections are made, those are just an example of some of the events we send companies to. We also have the Technical and Business Assistance Program. So if you are applying, you can request TABA at the time of your application. So for phase one, this is $6,500 to use your own vendor for technical and business assistance needs. For phase two, it's up to $50,000. If for some reason you don't request this funding in your application, you can go through the NIH-provided TABA services. So for a phase one, you would go through a TABA needs assessment, where NIH has a third-party vendor who goes through, what you're doing, and then they provide a report going over the areas that you need to focus on in the areas of IP, market and competitive advantages, regulatory, manufacturing, business model profitability, and so on. And then for phase two, we have the TABA Consulting Services Program. And so you'll work with the NIH seed office to, to find and solicit a vendor to provide up to $50,000 of services in one of those 4 areas listed. We also have our CARE program. And so obviously we know that finding information about all these programs across the government is a headache. And so we really want to try to connect our awardees with regulatory experts. And so we collaborate with the FDA to let our early stage companies ask them questions. And so you would submit your application with the questions that you have for the FDA. We'll direct it to the FDA, and then you'll receive an informal response to your questions. And so I think the next one, they're due in February if you are an awardee, and then you can go to the CARE page on our website. On our website, too, we also have a lot of other regulatory resources. We have a web page. If that's something you're needing, there's a lot of good information there. And then our mentoring program. So our industry mentoring and assistance program, this provides guidance to our companies on their technical and business needs. And it's a team mentoring. We usually have 2 to 3 mentors from our network come in and meet with you for an hour and a half every month or so. And at the end of each meeting, you have homework leading up to the next meeting. And then we have our Women's Innovation Network. And so we wanted all of the women in our portfolio to have a place, to come together and, learn from successful women in the industry, and then be able to meet in small groups to discuss the topics and just stuff that they're going through in their personal journey as a small business leader. So some of the people we've had are there on the right, and we've just heard really good feedback from this. It's a great place to just hear from your peers, grow your network. It's a great networking opportunity. And we're thinking about taking some of these members and starting kind of more smaller executive roundtable groups where they can expand on these, because I think these only occur like once a quarter. Oops. And then we have our executive roundtable program. So this started pre-COVID in person, actually. We sent out an application request for companies in our portfolio focused mostly on therapeutics. And the 10 people that were selected would meet every 2 months in person at the NCI office in Rockville, Maryland. And it's really just a place to, come together and discuss what's going on, what are you having trouble with, getting advice. It's a really good group of a mix of phase 1, phase 2 awardees. And then the ongoing cohorts are obviously all digital now. And we should have more coming out this year. And one might be funneled from the Women's Innovation Network, and then we're trying to define the other group that we might launch. So these are our lovely program directors and their areas of interest. So if you are interested in applying, I'm happy to be your main point. I will direct you to one of these program directors who can go over your specific aims page with you and then kind of guide you on the process at that time. Everyone we all work very close together, and so I'm happy to make any introductions. And then this is the additional staff that we have. And then you can stay in touch at the bottom of our website. You can sign up for our email updates, talk to a program director. We have a lot of events throughout the year, so if you go to our events webpage, you can see those. And then we have a LinkedIn and Twitter account as well. So I'll take some questions. Yes. Throughout the process, I'm not positive. Do you know that? Yeah. Yeah. It really depends. Yeah. Yeah. I can send you that link. Any other questions?
Hey, Brittany. We're actually an NCI awardee, so thank you for your support. I was wondering, we get these numbers all the time on how leveraged it is, where there's like a certain amount of grants issued out and then a certain amount of private funding that comes in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if you have, like off the top of your head, numbers on like exit values. Like that one example was interesting.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was like the best example of like a $21 billion exit, but like,
Yeah.
are there like generally like what's typical as far as exit value, or like how many NCI funded startups exit every year?
I know we have the economic impact. I'm sorry that I keep going to you. I don't have the numbers off the top of our head, but we did do an economic impact study, and that is on our website, and that has a lot of great statistics about that.
Do you expect that there will be numbers on kind of like exit outcomes published at some point?
We do exit tracking. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Suresh.
I thought I recognized you.
Brittany, what's the best way to connect with you and also to learn more about like the executive roundtable if we are current NCI awardee?
Yeah, I'll give you my business card. We have meetings after this scheduled, but I'm happy to set up a meeting to discuss for sure.
Great.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Hi, our next speaker will be on in about 15 minutes, so plenish on coffee, and I think some more snacks came out. Hi, everyone. Our next speaker is Dr. Charles Sywin, the Director of the Small Molecule Neurotherapeutics Development for NINDS, the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke. He leads and coordinates neuroscience drug discovery projects and manages various contracts providing expertise to drug discovery teams. Prior to joining NINDS, Dr. Sywin worked at Boehringer Ingelheim Pharmaceuticals for over 17 years, leading medicinal chemistry programs and implementing new technologies and outsourcing in the field. He studied at Providence, completed his doctoral training at Syracuse, and conducted postdoctoral research at Harvard University. Please, Dr. Sywin. Thank you.
I'm going to try to do this as long as I can from the podium, but I hurt my back a few weeks ago, so at some point I may need to sit down. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell you about the opportunities at NIH to support neurotherapeutic development. We have a number of different funding opportunities. I'm going to focus on a couple that I'm responsible for and then touch on a broader what's available out there. I can't do this without a great staff behind me, and I have a whole litany of people with drug discovery and development experience coming from industry as well as academic environments that help support these project teams throughout the years. What do? We try to provide funding to take your ideas and really bring them to realization. So we want to marry the industry experience and expertise that's not typically available in academic and small business startups in bulk with your great ideas and give you what you need to move your projects forward. And that's what Blueprint Neurotherapeutics is all about. It is a program where you can enter in it along the spectrum. So you can come in as early as I have a screening hit to as late as I have my development candidate. And you can exit pretty much anywhere along the pipeline as well based on industry investment and VC and others coming into it. But the goal of the program is really straightforward. We want to de-risk the projects. We want to, in order to get industry to invest in your programs. We want to identify the best ideas for translation and move those projects forward as expeditiously as possible. And we do this by providing non-dilutive grant funding as well as other resources available through contracts that NIH has established with consultants, industry consultants, as well as contracts to do drug discovery and development through CROs that we have already got. We do this by maintaining your intellectual property. So the consultants and the contracts are designed to keep the IP with you. And the NIH staff is there to facilitate it, but not to become intellectual contributors to your patents. So the project has been, I've been with the program since its inception in 2011 when we launched projects for the first time. And those projects, a testament to the work we've done, is those projects are still continuing in the clinic today, many of them. So we have presently 4 projects now in phase 3 that started at Blueprint from the get-go, and others in phase 2 and earlier stages. We've had more than 10 projects move forward and report investment, and that investment has been reported at probably over $2 billion. We've had at least 3 other INDs that are not public that we've contributed to, as well as supported through ad hoc contract access. Today's portfolio looks like this, where we have a number of different areas that we're looking at, everything from stimulant use disorder to rare diseases like familial dysautonomia to pain to epilepsy through, and we do expect more projects to move through to get INDs. And today we've funded over 40 projects covering 8 different institutes and centers. So we're not, even though I'm from NINDS, this is a trans-NIH program that services a number of different neuroscience ICs. As I said, the program is put together by bringing what we call a cooperative agreement. And the cooperative agreement is the funding to you, but it's also the access to the industry staff and consultants across the different disciplines I mentioned, as well as the CROs, which I've talked about here. We form what's called a lead development team, and we work with you meeting every 2 weeks. And so it's a virtual pharma model. We're on the phone having, WebEx calls or Zoom calls, or when I first started it was GoToMeeting calls, I think, back then. And we meet every 2 weeks, moving the projects forward, figuring out what resources you need, trying to get those things in place in a timely fashion. It is a milestone-driven program, so we set up milestones at the beginning to move your project all the way through to the clinic, and you continue to get access and continue to get funding as long as the milestones are being met and things are moving forward. It is possible, obviously, for scientific reasons, for things to end, and that does happen. Every project starts with what we call a preparatory phase. It's the first phase. We have 2 different versions of the program. It's a UG3, UH3. That takes all comers. It takes academics. It takes small businesses that don't qualify for SBIR. It takes virtual pharma. It takes foreign components and foreign institutions. Theoretically, could all possibly come to the UG3, UH3 mechanism. There's also an SBIR version of the program. For SBIR eligible organization can apply for the SBIR fast track version. The reality is they run identically, they get funded or they get reviewed by the same group of people. The differences are, and the advantages of going for an SBIR is if you're an SBIR eligible organization, you can in fact have a fee that you can't have in anything other than SBIR program. You have the ability to follow the total cost structure versus the restrictions on anything over $499.9 in any given year in direct costs. You have to ask permission in advance for. It's not you can't get it, it just takes 6 to 8 weeks earlier. The disadvantages of the one program or the other, the SBIR, because of the relatively small amount in phase 1, most people, and the fact that phase 2 is limited to 3 years, most times the SBIRs are 4 years versus potentially 5 years for the UG3, UH3. Otherwise, the programs run the same. It should be noted clearly that not every institute or center has the same sort of priorities. So some ICs don't take development projects. Mental health and NIDA, for instance, won't take a project at the development stage, meaning I've already got my clinical candidate picked and I want to go forward. They're interested in taking earlier stage projects. Other ICs like NINDS and others will take it anywhere along the spectrum. So if you're interested in talking about or learning more about the program, always think about reaching out to us and we'll talk about where you fit and how we can help you. There's, of course, this is small molecule space. There's also a biologics version of this program that has the same structure to it, same LDTs. We've added additional contracts, which I showed before, that can do the biologics because of the different modalities under biologics. It requires a different contract structure, and we do have them in place to do that. It is my colleague Chris Boshoff's role as the program director there to handle projects in that space. They also have a U44 and a UG3, UH3 version of it. They also have discovery and development stage programs, all modalities like antibodies, peptides, proteins, gene-based therapies, cell therapies, they all fit. And again, we would like you to reach out to us if you have questions about this and moving the projects forward. As such, being a successful program, it has spawned additional programs over the years. And this is one of the programs that you've probably heard about, the Helping to End Addiction Long-Term HEAL program at NIH. This is focused on pain and substance use disorder and helping to address the opioid crisis. So we have a pain therapeutics development program, the PDTP program, which is an RFA. It runs just like the other program I just described to you, Blueprint. It takes both small molecules and biologics in it. It utilizes the same contracts. The biggest difference here is that we do look for a target engagement biomarker to be part of the what you're putting into this grant proposal and what you're doing. The contracts, like I said, and it's structured the same. It is an RFA. We have, the budget limits aren't set the same way in this case. Because in our RFA, you're allowed to put in what you need for this project. The intellectual property, however, is handled identically. Mary Ann Pellamounter is the program lead for this, and I'll have her contact information at the end of this presentation available for you. What is the biggest thing about this? Like I said, it's all phased. It's still milestone driven. And because of the larger budgets and the associated crisis here, we have 3 receipt dates versus 2 for the other ones. And the dates are listed here, starting in January, May, and September, should be available for you. We have in this program been successful already, and projects are moving towards the clinic in this. This is a snapshot of where the modalities are, what kind of modality, what kind of indication areas, and where they float right now in the country, industry, and academics. And you can see it's spread across pretty well. What's required in all of these programs is that you have a starting point for optimization and good preliminary data to justify the indication area you want. But let's just say you don't have either of those two things. We have a program, at least in NINDS's space, to do indications within the mission of NINDS called the IGNITE program. Rebecca Roof and Chardell Spriggs lead up these programs. Becky is your contact for this. And what it does is it provides a set of funding opportunities to get you the preliminary data you need for robust applications for Blueprint, either small molecules or biologics. It has 3 different funding opportunities in there. These are still milestone driven, but there are, so that you won't be meeting with us every couple of weeks, but you have to set up a milestone, and it's a phased mechanism. And it has a funding opportunity for, let's say, I want to develop an assay and run a screen. So the assay development therapeutic identification. So if I haven't got a screen, this allows you to do that. Or I need to develop an animal model that I don't have, or it doesn't exist. We can do that for this disease indication. Or I already have maybe a literature lead, or I have an early potential lead, and I need to get PK on that and do the in vivo studies to make a more robust package for an entry into one of these other programs. That's the 3rd funding opportunity listed here. The budgets for this are $499 per year, $750 across 3 years. It has regular receipt dates. The next one is in February for this. It is good for both biologics and small molecules, and I encourage you, if you need to get more data, to do that. It is extremely important that you have clear and quantitative milestone written into the grant proposal, because if you do not, it'll get kicked and you'll end up having to come back again. So you do want to make sure you have that clearly delineated. There's some information about milestone examples at the bottom link here. We're doing it. And you want to try to talk to Becky if you can beforehand to get her insight on what you're proposing. So across the spectrum of NINDS, and we have in the Division of Translational Research much more than just small molecules and biologics that I'm responsible for. We have things in everything from screening efforts like the HEAL pain screening platform for pain, and the epilepsy therapy screening program. These are services that are provided that you can put in your compound in for really state-of-the-art testing in rigorous, robust testing in epilepsy field, in the pain field. You work out agreements with them. They keep your intellectual property intact, and they give you the results for that. We have the SBIR program, which you've heard talked about today, and that's across all the institutes, and it's a big portion of what we do. But we also have a huge portfolio of devices, and I've heard people have come to me today a lot about devices one-on-one, and we have programs, Nick Langhall and others, for for translational neuro devices, but also for the Blueprint MedTech program. So again, much like the Blueprint for small molecules, there's a program across multiple institutes and centers for devices as well. There's the ultra rare gene therapy network that I didn't touch on, that if you're in that space, we have a program for that. So what I'm really trying to focus on is, if you're in that translational space, from the early basic research to trying to get to the clinic for the first time, we have a number of different programs to do that and help you with. And I didn't mention the biomarker program, but that's there too. But even beyond that, we have a whole set of clinical trial funding opportunities available to you in our division of clinical research. Things like the exploratory clinical trial funding opportunity can give you what you need to do to sort of bridge from phase 1 to phase 2. You might need to scale that material up and do clinical or do additional talks, and then do phase 2 and phase 3. It can be done in these kind of funding opportunities or through some of the networks we have in the clinical division, like NeuroNext and StrokeNet. And so I would urge you, if you need to make those kind of transitions, there are programs at NIH to help fund this that are non-dilutive, that maintain your intellectual property, that move your project forward towards hopefully commercialization and to patients. Ultimately, that's the goal of NIH in all cases, is we're trying to get your programs to patients and give you what you need to get there. So I'm going to end with a bunch of general tips that I give people. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing the talks today, so I don't know if it'll be repetitive or not. But, hopefully everyone's said today, it's important to contact us. We're here to help. I mean, we want to help you. Most program officers, are very delighted to try to give you some advice and help you navigate, because NIH is, a lot of black boxes and a lot of figuring out who you need to talk to figure out where the right place for you is. So reaching out to people, having a conversation is always a good place to start. If you do plan on applying for a grant, read the funding opportunities carefully. Every funding opportunity has differences. It has differences in what its budget requirements are. It has differences in what they're looking for. And it's really important to take it and read it carefully. I can't tell you, I have this conversation every time with people on the phone, and I get an application, and I encourage people to apply a few days early so that I can catch what they miss. But the amount of times that people miss little things that they just didn't see in the funding opportunity that need to be there, we want to make sure that you're successful and that you don't get caught in these things. Pay attention to responsiveness. It's always important. Each funding opportunity wants a certain type of project. Include the rigorous designs and supporting data. It is, especially in nowadays, important to make sure whatever you're citing for your reason to do the project was done well. It's it's rigorously performed so that the data that you're relying on is going to be considered by review to be of high quality and willing to move forward on. Strive to have a multidisciplinary team. We obviously help you establish those in several of the programs I talked about today, but you want to try to make sure you get as much input you can in there. Make sure you try to have, strive for diversity in your team, discuss intellectual property early and often. Make sure you get, on your side, establish what the intellectual property agreements are. Have a therapy development plan in place. Everyone always asks about, what is NIH interested in? And what is NINDS interested in? There's 600 diseases, I think, plus in NINDS's mission. And I don't have a favorite. What I do want to do is want you guys to come in with the best set of data you can to make the case that this is the best indication and the best preliminary data to support the hypothesis that you're proposing, because that's what the review is going to look at. And when they're doing their review, and in order for you to score well, good preliminary data with a robust hypothesis for an indication within the mission is what we're aiming for you to have. If you are a small business, consider the SBIR programs. There are some advantages for you. They're not always perfect for everyone, but if they are good for you, take advantage of those programs. Emily Caparello is our contact at NINDS. Make sure, I always put this little note, non-responsive applications will be withdrawn. Be very careful about that, because some things prior, it's a little bit of a, NIH is a little compartmentalized in certain aspects, and review and program are one of those things. So I don't get to say to the review branch, take that anyways. They make the decision. If they look at what we're supposed to be in, if it doesn't submit there, or meet the criteria, or didn't follow the rules or something, they will just withdraw it, and there's no appeal that I can help with on that. So it's important that you follow the, reading the notebooks correctly, following responsive to make sure that your application gets reviewed the first time you submit it. I always say read it carefully, understand the differences. If you have questions about PARs versus RFAs versus cooperative agreements and things, talk to the program officers. There are differences in there. Like an RFA always has its own set-aside money associated with it, separate from the standard pool of money. But there are other funding mechanisms, like there are other initiatives like HEAL that has its own set-aside money. BRAIN has its own set-aside money to do this. Is the project milestone-based? Do you understand what the milestones are? Is it SBIR? Are you eligible for that SBIR? Because again, if you're not, then it's a problem. And just make sure that you follow the instructions. Also, I see this a lot of times with people overreaching with their starting point. I always say be conservative on your starting point. If you think your compound is a development candidate, great. Is it really a development candidate? Do you have all of the data that we would be looking for in a development candidate? Because your milestones are going to be set up by what you say it is. So if it's not really there, don't try to oversell it to come in at the stage where it's most appropriate for it. A hit compound is not a clinical candidate. You don't have the data set to support it. Even if it is the clinical candidate, you probably don't have the data set to support it as a clinical data. And there's a lot of stuff you want to get in there. And you want us to help you fund to get it. So tell us what you need. Be honest with what you need to get in order to complete the activities required to move this compound towards the clinic. Profile your compound early on. So again, if you have that preliminary data on a compound, as much preliminary data as you have, the better the application will be reviewed in drug discovery, especially if you're trying to say it's a later stage project. So do you have PK on it? Do you have early talks on it? Do you have, if you don't have that, then you're probably still in optimization stage. And again, talking to staff like myself and others will help you place it. I've also, in the funding opportunities for BPN, I've put in links now that have our milestone orientation that sort of tell you what our milestones are typically, and also tell you what resources are available to you. So it really help guide you in placing it in the right place on the pipeline. Incorporate IP strategy into your program. Make sure you understand it. Make sure you understand the NIH is not going to be able to fund your IP filings for you. Be careful on what you're asking for. And we can do a lot of stuff. Talk to your business tech transfer people early. Figure out where the IP, where the licensing strategy is going to be, and get that all worked out. Development plan, obviously, always plan with the end in mind. Know what your desired outcomes are. Know what your route of administration is. Talk to a clinician. Engage them early. Understand what you're proposing is going to be adopted. Because on the review panel are going to be clinicians from the areas that you're talking about doing. And if, you say you're going to do X, Y, Z, and the clinician's sitting there going, I don't need that. Why would I need that? Then that's a problem. But if you have it in there and you have that support and say, here's why it's an unmet need, here's how it's going to really help, And we have support for that. That, I think, really helps you move things forward. As I mentioned, rigor is important. I'm always around for questions. You can reach out to me at my email. Marianne Pellematter's available for HEAL, Pain Therapeutic Program. Rebecca Roof is around for Ignite. Chris is around for the BPN Bio. That link at the bottom has all the translational research programs I talked about in NINDS. There are contacts for all the other ones that I didn't talk about today. For all of them you can find. And I'm happy if you can't find them, reach out to me and I'll tell you who the right person is to talk to. So I'll leave it at that and open it up for questions. Sure. Okay. You want to do phase 2 clinical testing? 2A. So it's Alzheimer's, not like vascular dementia, right? Okay. NIA would probably be the lead for that, and there are clinical trial funding opportunities in NIA for doing that kind of work. NINDS has, I said, the exploratory clinical trial that will do phase 2B and phase 3 work as well, and you could talk to them, and there's a number of networks available through the Division of Clinical Research to do that. But NIA would probably be, if you're strictly Alzheimer's, would probably be your first stop, but you could also reach out to NINDS and discuss it as well, because it's a shared mission, and if you fit into it, they'll tell you, and if not, they'll send you to the right person at NIA. Yeah, so and this is actually, you make a really good point, and I see people sort of hurt themselves in the application process worrying about the intellectual property disclosure. Grant applications are not public, and the reviewers are sign confidentiality agreements themselves. There are legal ramifications for them disclosing it that is important to know. You mark in your research strategy section, if you're really worried about it, you say this is business confidential, and it'll be extra there, but in fact, it is all confidential in that research strategy section. And I encourage you to include structure information if you're talking about an optimization program, so that the reviewers understand what you're talking about and can judge what you're doing. Likewise, if it's required to do that disclose stuff, I would say disclose what you need to do. Clearly label this as business confidential. So reviewers aren't supposed to disclose anything about your application, period. And they get the applications, they review the applications, they destroy the applications right after the review session. So there is, and the NIH takes it extremely serious, any breach of that confidentiality. And so if we hear anything, it's investigated.
Also related to intellectual property, it's a non-allowable expense.
Right.
So how do you find those people?
Well, I mean, that's, so what, from our strategy point of view, we're not looking to patent, obviously, in the first year of the grant, unless it's a development candidate time. And we're trying to get you to that licensing point inflection as quickly as possible, so that hopefully by the national filing point, you are got some outside funding to do this. But we encourage, that's why we talk about that intellectual property and business development early, because you need to raise some funds, either through your institution, through seed funding, something, in order to help with those national filings to keep your intellectual property secure for licensing discussions. But, you know, our consultants will certainly, in our case, will certainly help you draft the patents claims and work with you on and doing this because, you know, there are people with years of experience like myself that understand how to draft a patent claim, at least, for doing this, and will help guide you on that part of it. But, you know, the legal filings and that, obviously, those are on your organization. We also tell people, you know, it is allowable to have funding at the end, for instance, for regulatory filing, because we want you to file the INDs, so it is important to have that portion of it in there. We provide you a lot of stuff right up into the assembly of it, but when it comes time to filing, you have to hire your own, whether it be our person or not, you have to have them under your contract to actually do the filing because you're the sponsor for the IND. So. I know it's been a long day, but if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me or any of the other people on here. I'm happy to talk more about the program. It is, like I said, I think it's a great program for providing expertise and access to resources to move projects forward. I heard people ask questions about how easy is it to get the grant? There's no NIH grants that are easy to get, right? The pay lines are very tight across the board. The success rate, though, I will say, is not really much or really any worse, I think, than anywhere else in the R01 space or anywhere else. It's still a challenge, though, to get a grant. But I think once you're in the program, you get a lot of resources, and it's a continual investment. I tell people we can invest up to $12 million in your project over the course of the 5 years with all the contracts and CROs and clinical sites, and by the time we're done. So that's a pretty big non-dilutive investment you're going to get out of it if you're successful in moving the project forward. And those projects that you saw that I pointed out in phase 3, I think that all of them, at least I know several of them have, 9-figure licensing things that they've announced. And one of those projects, actually, the whole company got bought by a pharma company at the end of it. They first licensed and then they just bought the whole program. All right, I'm around. If anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out and hit me up. I'm in the other room as well for one-on-ones for the rest of the day. I try to schedule meetings as quickly as I can within a week, usually for most people, so feel free. Our next receipt date's February, and then July, and then it'll be January and July after that. So we've shifted the February by a month going forward into next year. All right. Anybody else? We end it? All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sywin. Our next speaker will be on at 2:45. Thank you very much. Hi. Our next speaker, Dr. Stephanie Davis, is the coordinator of the Small Business Program at NHLBI, the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. She's been the coordinator there since 2020. She received her PhD in molecular pharmacology from the University of South Florida and worked as a postdoctoral scholar in the Department of Neurology at the University of Kentucky. She also interned at that time at the UK Office of Technology Commercialization. Following her postdoctoral appointment, Stephanie participated in the 2019-2020 Executive Branch Science and Technology Policy Fellows Program, serving as a program manager at the National Institute on Aging, Office of Small Business Research. Dr. Davis, please.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Davis. I am the Small Business Program Coordinator for the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. So you've heard from several of my colleagues at the NIH, and I'm going to try to touch on the basics without boring you with details that you might have heard already. But just here's an overview of what we're going to be covering in this presentation. So we're going to be just briefly touching on the mission of the NHLBI, talking about what my office, the Innovation and Commercialization Office, does, talking about resources and support that we have for both small business and academic innovators, supplements to awarded grants through our program, as well as tailored innovator resources that the NIH offers. So briefly to just talk about the mission of the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, as our name would suggest, we're a disease-focused institute, and we are specifically exist to provide global leadership for research, training, and education programs for the prevention and treatment of heart, lung, blood, and sleep disorders, and enhance the health of individuals so that they can live more fulfilling and longer lives. So we have 4 strategic goals at the NHLBI. The first is to understand human biology. The second is to reduce disease. The third is to develop workforce and resources. And the fourth is to advance translational research. So the NHLBI Innovation and Commercialization Office, and by extension the Small Business Program, we like to believe that our work is feeding into goals 3 and 4 of the NHLBI strategic goals. We are advancing translational research by funding small businesses that are developing new technologies, and by giving these companies this monetary support, we're also helping develop the workforce that is going to help continue the development of these promising new technologies. So the Innovation and Commercialization Office, our goal is to accelerate the translation of discoveries and innovations into new biomedical products that can be used to treat, diagnose, prevent, and research heart, lung, blood, and sleep disorders. So our goal is to basically cover 4 different goals. So first is we want to enhance the likelihood that the technologies that we help develop will impact patients. We want to provide educational opportunities and training materials for innovators in the heart, lung, blood, and sleep space, to broaden diversity and inclusion and the reach of the small business program, and then also create novel solutions to meet unmet heart, lung, blood, and sleep needs. And so we hope that basically by helping support the development of novel technologies for heart, lung, blood, and sleep disorders, we will be able to meet all of these goals. So our office provides support for not only small business innovators through the Small Business Program, but we also provide resources for academic innovators. So academic researchers who mostly focus on basic and translational research also have the ability to receive support through our academic proof of concept centers, such as the NCAI and REACH programs, which I will be talking about a little bit more later in my presentation. The Catalyze program, which provides funding for both small business researchers, small business grantees, and academic researchers, as well as the CapCat Center, which is funded through the NIBIB Point of Care Technologies Research Network. Through the Small Business Program, we have programs that specifically support commercialization and educate new innovators on how to translate their technologies. It provides funding opportunities to enhance diversity and inclusion within the Small Business Program, as well as additional follow-on opportunities to help commercialize technologies. And both of these communities are served by our team of advisory staff and entrepreneurs and residents. And these very intelligent and hardworking people provide advisory services. They help prepare companies for pitch coaching event. They pitch coach them in preparation for showcase events, and also connect them with members of our mentor network. So by supporting both of these communities, we are hoping that we are really giving these innovators everything they need to be able to translate their promising discoveries. So I know that many of you have heard from my colleagues about the small business program, but just as a reminder, the NIH funds about $1.3 billion of non-dilutive funding towards biomedical technologies that can help advance the mission of the NIH. And so these programs consist of two sister programs. The Small Business Innovation Research, or SBIR program, which provides funding for small business concerns who are conducting R&D activities with the potential for commercialization, and the STTR, or Small Business Technology Transfer Research program, which is virtually identical to the SBIR program with a few key differences. Most notably, the STTR program requires that the small business concern have a partnership with a US-based nonprofit research institution. So at the NHLBI, we give out grants that are in phases, and the phases do not correspond to clinical trials, but rather focus on the stage of development for the technology. So phase 1 grants are usually they're around $300,000 a year for a 1 to 2 year project period, and they focus mostly on early stage discovery and feasibility. Phase 2, this is usually a 1 to 3 year grant that is more around the $2 million mark, and this focuses on more extensive R&D activities, focusing on early stage manufacturing and scale up as well. And so, usually a company will apply for a phase 1 and then they will apply for a phase 2 grant upon completion of their phase 1 project. But we do have some additional options for companies that are a little bit more advanced, one of which is called the fast track. I call it the 2-for-1 special because they're essentially applying for 2 awards with 1 application package. A fast track awardee, if they get funded, will get their phase 1, and then assuming successful completion, they don't have to go through peer review again. They can just transition on to that second phase. And for SBIR applicants, they have the option to go directly to a phase 2 and skip over the phase 1 portion if they've already done that equivalent work with non-federal funds. And the NHLBI offers additional follow-on funding opportunities, which I will be going over in more detail later in the presentation. And then finally, the NIH and the NHLBI don't offer what's known as phase 3 funding, which some federal agencies do. That's where they act as the buyer. Basically, beyond the later stage funding opportunities, it is our goal that the companies we support will help partner with strategics and be supported by private capital to the point where essentially they don't need us anymore. So as I mentioned, the SBIR and STTR programs are more alike than they are different, but the key differences between the two mostly focus on the role of a potential academic partner. So SBIR awards permit partnering, but they don't require it. STTR awards require a partner between the small business and an academic institution. For SBIR grants, the contact PI, who's going to be contacted on all manners regarding the grant, has to be primarily employed by the small business at the time of the award. STTR grantees, the contact PI can either be employed with the small business or with the partnering academic institution. So this is a very attractive option for academic innovators. And then for SBIR grants, there is an expectation that about 67% of the work is going to be done by the small business in the phase 1 and 50% in the phase 2. For STTRs, there's minimum work requirements in all phases where the small business has to take at least 40% of the budget and the partner has to take at least 30%. In many cases, companies are eligible for both, but I strongly recommend reaching out to myself or another program director to see which mechanism would be best for you and your company. So just here is the application cycles. As a reminder, we accept applications 3 times a year during January 5th, April 5th, and September 5th. And so there is a delay between when you apply and when you can potentially receive your award. So just a reminder that In order for an application to get awarded, it has to go through scientific review and to the advisory council before we can potentially make a funding decision. And so here's just a brief overview of how the review process works. So as a reminder, for those who are unfamiliar, you are going to submit your grant electronically through grants.gov or through Assist, which is the NIH interface for grants.gov. It's going to get assigned to a study section that is going to review the application for technical merit and commercial potential. And then the reviewers will score your application, and these scores will be combined into a document called a summary statement, which you'll get back up to 1 month after the peer review group meets. So once you get your summary statement back, if you get a score that is considered within that fundable range, your application will be sent to the institute or center's advisory council. The council will then make funding recommendations, and after council meets, institutes and centers put together their funding recommendations. The company will get a notice of intent to fund if it is likely their application is going to get funded, and then they have to submit all of the necessary documentation through a process called just-in-time before they can get awarded. So just a reminder that this process can take up to for anywhere from 6 to 9 months, assuming everything goes according to plan. So just be aware that there is a funding gap, and apply well in advance of when you're actually going to need the funds. So when your application is reviewed, there are several review criteria that are scored, and these include the significance. So, is this a real problem with an unmet medical need that has commercial potential? The investigator, there is more of a focus on the team for small business grants. Specifically, is this a well-rounded team with both business and scientific expertise? The innovation is, so is this an innovative approach, and does it offer a significant advantage over the standard of care? For the approach, we want to make sure that it is a well-designed study that is feasible and has potential solutions to the pitfalls that might arise during the project, and the environment. So if the company doesn't have the facilities in-house, are they partnering with academic institutions or CROs who are able to provide those, the equipment and facilities needed to complete the project? And there are additional criteria that are not, they aren't given individual scores, but they do factor into the overall impact scores, as well as some review considerations that don't factor into the scores, but they are going to be addressed in that summary statement. So the NHLBI Small Business Program, we're the 4th largest at the National Institutes of Health, behind cancer, allergy and infectious disease, and aging. And so we have about $130 million a year that we put towards promising technologies in our mission space. Right now we have a little bit over 300 active projects, and I've included a pie chart to show you what kind of technologies we fund. So about 1/3 of our technologies are therapeutics, which I'm grouping small molecules and biologics into the therapeutics bucket here. We're also very device heavy. So about 36% of our technologies are supportive devices, including both therapeutic and surgical devices. We also fund monitoring or diagnostic devices, in vitro diagnostic assays, imaging devices. We have a growing segment of digital health tools, and then the remaining 5% goes to research tools. But this distribution of technologies will vary every year based on what applications we get through the investigator-initiated funding opportunities. And just here's a brief overview of some of the diseases of interest within our mission space. So if it is heart, lung, blood, or sleep focused, we are probably going to be interested. I will offer one minor caveat. Malignant lung or blood disorders are most likely going to fall within the mission space of our friends at the National Cancer Institute. So for those of you who had a chance to hear Brittany Connor's presentation, if you're doing anything lung or blood cancer related, please go see her. But when in doubt, if you're wondering whether or not your project falls within our mission space, please ask me. I'm happy to point you in the right direction. So here's just a brief overview of some of the resources that our office, the Innovation and Commercialization Office, provides for companies at different stages of development. And I'm not going to go into everything here because I'll be going into greater detail later, but as a reminder, we provide support through 2 primary mechanisms. The first is through grant programs, administrative supplements, and monetary support, and then the other way we provide support is by services, activities, and subject matter expertise. So through non-monetary and monetary support, it is our hope that we take these projects from the basic and early stage translational stage all the way up to the point where they are having a positive impact on patients and providers. So there are 4 what are called omnibus notices of funding opportunity that we accept applications through. So these are the ones that basically they are investigator-initiated funding opportunities. So when you apply to these, you're not applying to us, you're applying to the NIH, and if your application fits within our mission space, you will most likely get assigned to us by the Center for Scientific Review. But just a reminder, these are grouped based on whether or not you're applying for SBIR or STTR, and whether or not you're doing a clinical trial. And here is just a brief overview of some of the targeted notices of funding opportunity that we have at the NHLBI. These include both funding opportunities that maybe have their own set-aside bucket of funds and special review, as well as notices of special interest. And these NOCEs aren't really funding opportunities per se, they're notices that are linked to the omnibus NOFOs, and they indicate an area of high scientific priority. So by applying through that, you're basically flagging your application as a way to show that it's an area of high scientific interest. So if you have an application that falls under a notice of special interest, I strongly recommend making sure you apply through that notice. So the one program I wanted to specifically highlight is our Phase 2B funding opportunities. So I mentioned earlier in the presentation that the NHLBI provides additional follow-on funding opportunities for later stage companies after the Phase 2. So different institutes and centers offer Phase 2B programs. Some do through the omnibus. We have our own RFAs. And these programs are specifically designed to provide innovators who are developing technologies for heart, lung, blood, or sleep disorders with additional funds that are needed to attract private investors and meet their regulatory milestones. So the Bridge program covers pretty much anything in our mission space, but the Small Market program is specifically designed to cover technologies that address either orphan indications or pediatric indications. So if you're doing something in the rare disease space or for a pediatric population, I strongly recommend looking into the Small Market program. But otherwise, both of these programs provide $3 million over 3 years, and there are matching funds expectations. The reason for this is because at this stage, we're trying to help our companies attract private investors to the point that they don't have to rely on us forever. So for the Bridge applicants, it's expected that they bring in an equal amount of matching funds. So if they request $3 million, we want them to bring in $3 million. For small market awardees, there is a lower match requirement. So if they ask for $3 million at the NHLBI, we want them to bring in $1 million. And we try to fund about 5 Bridge awards and 2 small market awards every year. And these RFAs have special due dates. So they're not the omnibus, January 5th, April 5th, September 5th deadlines. The next due date for this is February 28th, 2024. And we try to have the applications accepted every February, where they will get reviewed in July and hopefully funded at the end of the year. So we have an informational webinar coming up very soon. So if you have had a small business Phase 2 grant, it doesn't even have to be through our institute. It can be another NIH institute or another agency. As long as the project fits within our mission space, you might be eligible for a Phase 2B award. So just if you're interested in this program, please feel free to click the QR code to register. And so, as I mentioned earlier in the diagram, we have other funding opportunities and programs that can specifically help our companies with their product commercialization, for enhancing diversity and inclusion, as well as providing resources for very, very early stage product development, often for academic innovators. And then, of course, we have advisory services provided by our Entrepreneur in Residence team. We have another program that we recently started doing with the National Cancer Institute called Connecting Awardees with Regulatory Experts. So this program is specifically for companies that have an FDA-regulated technology who haven't previously met with the FDA yet. So basically, companies can apply by submitting an application as well as questions that are relevant to the FDA. And we will work with our FDA reviewers to provide the answers to these companies. And so right now the program is open to past and present grantees through the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. So the application deadline is coming up very soon. We're hoping early spring. But if you'd like more information, this is a program started by our friends at the National Cancer Institute. So the URL for their website is listed at the bottom of the slide. So the I-Corps program, I'm sure many of you in the audience have heard of the I-Corps program, specifically the NSF program that has the I-Corps nodes that community innovators can participate in. Well, we liked the I-Corps program so much that we decided to take the best parts of the NSF program and make one that was more specific to biomedical innovations. And this program is called I-Corps at NIH, and it has been around since 2014, and it provides early stage fast track or phase 1 grantees with the ability to basically get a crash course in customer discovery. So companies are, like the NSF program, required to complete 100 interviews or more over an 8-week period, with the idea that the input received from these interviewers will help solidify and refine their business plan. So this program, we offer 2 cohorts a year, and we have the next cohort is due on January 31st. So if you have a company that is currently getting a phase 1 award through the NIH, this is a great program. I would strongly recommend looking into it. And some institutes and centers participate in the National Institute for Biomedical Imaging and Bioengineering, C3I, also known as the Concept to Clinic Commercializing Innovation Program. So this is a program that offers entrepreneurial guidance and education to innovators who are developing novel medical devices. So the NHLBI participates in 2 of these programs. The first one is called the EC3I program. This is kind of like the C3I Junior program that is really good for academic innovators who are funded by R01s and other research project grants who maybe don't have as much of a business background. But this is a virtual course. It's 10 weeks long. And it provides a very good introduction for the main C3I course, which is a 24-week curriculum broken into 2 12-week segments. So the C3I program is the one that's open to small business grantees, but we have also had companies participating through other translational programs participate in C3I as well. And companies that receive grant funding through both the NIH and the NHLBI have the option to request a limited amount of funds to cover activities that fall under the technical and business assistance umbrella. So not R&D activities, but things such as sales assistance, market research, regulatory plan development, manufacturing plan development, access to technical or business databases. All of these things fall under the TABA umbrella. And so at the NHLBI, we have, companies can request this in their application. They also have the ability to participate in the NIH-wide TABA programs, which for phase 1 companies, that is a needs assessment program that essentially will provide a company an overview of where they are riskiest and where they are, basically, which areas of product commercialization require de-risking and maturity. And then the TABA Consulting Services will provide phase 2 awardees with up to $50,000 to select a vendor that can provide business, regulatory, IP, or reimbursement support. And another program that I am a huge fan of at the NHLBI is the Small Business Diversity Supplement Program. So a lot of companies that are grantees, they ask about this program because they haven't really heard of it before. But it's a really great way to hire a new candidate and bring on new talent to your company while also enhancing the diversity of the scientific workforce that the small business program supports. So the candidates that are supported for this program can get scientific training, entrepreneurial training, and real-world experience in the private sector. So it's a great way for new graduates of master's and PhD programs, as well as postdoctoral scholars, to break into the private sector and really get a crash course in biomedical entrepreneurship. So companies that apply for this supplement can get support that covers the candidate's salary, as well as a limited allowance for travel and supplies. The companies have to have an active small business grant in order to apply for this. The candidate must be a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident. But we've had a lot of companies bring on very valued members of their teams through this program. And it's really something that I think everybody wins. The candidate gets experience, and the company has a talented new member of their team. So another program that we have for companies that are unfamiliar with the Small Business Grant Program but have promising technologies is called the NIH Applicant Assistance Program. So if you are or know anybody who is interested in submitting a Phase 1 grant, this is a really great way to become more familiar with the grant submission process. Companies that are selected for this program will get 10 weeks of free coaching, and they will be connected with a mentor who's going to help them with their application submission. So we have a next due date for this is in May 2024. We're still getting the final due dates down, but if you know anybody who's interested, or if you yourself are interested in, this is a really great program that can provide a lot of education and support for new applicants. And we also started participating in a new program that's sort of similar to the AAP, but has some different characteristics, called the Innovator to Entrepreneur, or ITEP program. So the ITEP program is a little bit longer. It's 5 months long, and basically it's designed to help support the transition of academic innovators or inexperienced innovators, and help them become more experienced entrepreneurs who have well-written and competitive applications to the small business program. So this also supports companies that are submitting Phase 1 applications. Here's the eligibility. As long as you have not previously received a small business grant, you're a relatively inexperienced entrepreneur, we encourage you to apply for this program. So there's going to be 2 cohorts a year, and applications are accepted on a rolling basis. And I've included the link to the ITEP website at the bottom of this slide. So our office, as I mentioned, we have subject matter expertise in entrepreneurs and residents that provide innovation and support services for our companies. So in addition to providing them with money, we can also help them through things such as one-on-one consultations. We have a great team of EIRs who can provide companies with answers to their questions, focusing on regulatory affairs, clinical trial design, reimbursement, fundraising, health economics, their commercialization and business development plans. We also have a mentor network, which includes individuals who are not employed by the NHLBI, but have expertise in device and product and drug development, who could provide their wisdom and expertise with our innovator community. So we recently launched a mentor webinar series that provides tailored educational content that leverages the expertise of this mentor network. Additionally, we provide companies with registration and attendance at several of these pitch coaching. We provide them pitch coaching so they can attend investor showcase events. So a good example is that the January Resi, which was held just this week, as well as the Biotech Showcase, we had our EIRs provide coaching for some of our companies to attend these events, give their pitch presentation with the idea that they would potentially meet with investors and strategic partners and help make those valuable connections that are really going to help advance their project. So here's just an overview of the entrepreneurs and residents that provide advisory services to our grantee community. And so out of the team of 5 that we have, they provide expertise in things such as regulatory strategy. We have a patent attorney who provides IP expertise. We have Dr. Steve Flame, who is our investor in residence, who's provided pitch coaching for a lot of our companies, as well as advice on how they can make themselves more attractive to investors. Renee Arnold is our health economics and outcomes research expert, who also has additional expertise in reimbursement. And Dr. Kim Martin is our clinical trial design subject matter expert. And so we have ad hoc consultations with these EIRs. We also recently launched a monthly series called BioMedTech Connect Office Hours, where companies can sign up for very, very short sessions with our EIRs and get their questions answered quickly and efficiently. So here's an example of one of the companies that actually presented this week at the Biotech Showcase. So we have Calisite Incorporated. So they are a Baltimore-based company that is developing a shelf-stable red blood substitute called erythromer. So they have really leveraged a lot of resources that the NHLBI and the NIH have provided. So in addition to providing, they've received several grants through us. They are currently completing a Phase 2B Bridge Award. They've also participated in things, additional training programs such as the Commercialization Acceleration Program, which was the predecessor for the TABA Consult. It was the old TABA program for Phase 2 awardees. They have gotten several one-on-one consults with our EIR team. They've presented at many investor conferences, and so that has really kind of helped them make connections with investors, as you can see in the far right portion of the slide. So it's not required that companies participate in all of these resources. They are absolutely free to just take the money and go do with it what they will. However, we have these services for the benefit of our grantee community, and we've seen that those that really leverage the resources that we have seen fantastic outcomes. So in addition to providing small business grant funding, our office also originated the academic proof of concept network that is currently in place. So first we started with the NIH Centers for Accelerated Innovation, which provided support for academic innovators developing new technologies for heart, lung, blood, and sleep disorders. That led to the creation of the Research Evaluation and Commercialization, or REACH hubs, which they started in 2015. This map shows the location of some of the more recent REACH hubs. We also have 5 new ones to add to this map, which haven't been added yet, but I'll show you those in a few slides. And then also the National Institute for General Medical Sciences has a partner programming called IRED. And so this is very similar to REACH. It provides entrepreneurial resources and development opportunities for innovators who are in what are known as idea states, so states that have lower than normal levels of NIH funding. And so together, all of these hubs provide a really excellent support system for early stage innovators who are trying to develop their technologies and get them to the point that they might be competitive for a small business grant. So just here's a brief overview of what we've seen thus far from the NCAI and REACH programs that were started by our office. So by providing small, very kind of like mini grants for early stage researchers, as well as educational coaching, personalized feedback, and training and resources, we've seen some really great outcomes. So over 125 startups, about 435 projects, over $2 billion in follow-on funding, and over 3,000 academic innovators trained. So not too shabby for a program that just started off trying to educate academic entrepreneurs about product development. And this is actually the latest bunch of REACH hubs that were just awarded last year. So we have one in the Mid-South, we have one in Texas, we have one in the Mountain West and Pacific Northwest region, one in Chicago, and one in the University of Maryland area. And another program that we find is very useful for our small business community is called the Catalyze program. So Catalyze covers a lot of similar activities to the small business program, but there are some key differences. There are different eligibility criteria. Both academic innovators and small businesses can apply for Catalyze. And companies that get support through the Catalyze program are also, they have a lot of support that is provided through our Catalyze Coordinating Center. But the end goal is very similar. We want to develop new technologies for heart, lung, blood, and sleep disorders. So we have 2 main areas of support for the Catalyze program. The first of which provides funding opportunities for product definition, and then the second half provides support for preclinical services. So here are just the examples of the product definition funding opportunities. These are open for both small businesses and academic innovators, and we have many companies that have gotten support through both SBIR and Catalyze. So if anyone has any questions about these, I'm happy to connect you all with the Catalyze Scientific Director. And if you'd like to connect with us, I strongly encourage you to follow us on Twitter/X at NHLBI-SBIR. Our main inbox is NHLBI_SBIR@mail.nih.gov. And if you want to get updates from our office, the newsletter is great. It comes out every month, and it talks about funding opportunities, opportunities for new entrepreneurial training programs, and just items of interest if you want to stay up to date on all things happening in the INC office. So I want to thank you all for your attention today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
One of the things you mentioned is minimum requirements to be done, of work to be completed in-house with grants.
Yes.
We're a small organization. A lot of what we're going to do is contracted with engineering firms and the like. So
Yes.
how do you look at situations like that?
That is a great question. So, and that's one I get a lot. So new companies that don't have their own facilities and resources often will rely on CROs and fee-for-service providers. Generally speaking, we consider those to be small business costs. We don't consider those to be outsourcing. But by contrast, if, for example, if we have a company who's collaborating with an academic institution and that academic institution is going to have a PI on the grant and they are going to have significant input into the direction of the project, then that would be considered outsourcing. But CROs and fee-for-service providers that are going to be providing services at the direction of the company, we don't consider that to be outsourcing. So that doesn't count towards like the 33% phase 1 SBIR outsourcing maximum. Yes.
Just wanted to ask you a question about your pie chart. I noticed that 5% was diagnostic. Is that because you're making a decision to only allocate 5%?
No. No, so that is the most recent breakdown that we had a few months ago when we did our, our technological classification of our portfolio. But we have, that distribution changes every year. Most of our applications that we get are investigator initiated. So, for example, if we get more in vitro diagnostic focused applications in a given year, we might have that part of the pie chart grow a little bit more. So I don't want to discourage anybody if you see, your technology is a smaller portion of that pie. This really is highly dependent upon what kind of applications we get in a given year. All right, looks like I must have answered all your questions. Thank you. Oh, and if anybody wants some literature, I have some handouts, so please come see me.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Thank you to all our speakers from the NIH, from ARPA-H, from our FreeMind elite companies, from FreeMind themselves. Thank you all for visiting. We hope to see you all in the Non-Dilutive Funding Summit next year, our 20th. It will be part of our 25 years of FreeMind celebrations. Thank you for bearing with me. If you can't tell, this isn't my day job. And I hope you had a good time and have a great rest of your week. Thank you very much.